Chapter 411. Wang Zhuo. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. His body moved as fast as lightning as he charged forward. Although Wang Zhuo looked like an old man, Wang Lin was able to recognize him at a glance. Wang Zhuo's heart filled with sorrow. Along the way, more than half of their group had died. He encountered battles like this almost every day, and the shadow of death became even stronger. The surrounding cultivation countries had either fallen or become vassals of the Forsaken Immortal clan. Rank 3 cultivation countries weren't the main battlefield for the Forsaken Immortal clan, they were only there to train their lower-level cultivators. The country of Rosefinch didn't care too much about the Rank 3 cultivation countries and only sent some early-stage soul formation cultivators. However, as the battle dragged on, the country of Rosefinch withdrew all of the messengers from the Rank 3 cultivation countries and gave up on the Rank 3 cultivation countries. In the eyes of the country of Rosefinch, nascent soul cultivators were really insignificant in this battle. Wang Zhuo let out a miserable smile as he watched another of his sect members die. The 4 Forsaken Immortal clan members were clearly at the late stage of core formation, but they didn't directly kill them. Instead, they chased them like they were toying with them. Just at this moment, a meteor flew across the sky and gave off an unimaginable aura. The 4 Forsaken Immortal clan members were shocked and immediately looked over. In almost an instant, the meteor disappeared and a person wearing white with flowing long hair arrived before them in just a few steps. The expressions of the 4 Forsaken Immortal clan members changed greatly. The 4 of them immediately felt an aura from the man in white that made them tremble. This aura was something only a 7-leaf shaman or above would have. One of the Forsaken Immortal clan members trembled as he said, "Soul transformation." He exclaimed and turned around to escape without a word. The other 3 quickly followed. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he slapped his bag of holding and the mosquito beast flew out. Without waiting for Wang Lin's order, it let out a roar and caught up to the 4 of them. Waves of miserable screams echoed as the 4 of them died a miserable death and became the mosquito beast's food. This scene happened too fast, so fast that Wang Zhuo and the others were dumbfounded. Wang Lin turned around, looked at Wang Zhuo, and chuckled. "Wang Zhuo, do you know me? Senior. You? It's you." Wang Zhuo was startled and immediately recognized Wang Lin as the person who reached the soul formation stage in the Hengyu Mountain. Wang Lin shook his head and said, "I haven't seen you for so many years, but you've already reached the late stage of the core formation realm. Congratulations. Fine, I'll help you this once and help you reach the nascent soul realm." With that, Wang Lin pointed his right hand and pressed it between Wang Zhuo's eyebrows. The seal in Wang Zhuo's mind was suddenly broken, and the memories of his previous life drowned him like a flood. His body shook and he fainted. Wang Lin glanced coldly at Wang Zhuo's fellow disciples. They were all at the early stage of core formation. Only one was at the mid-stage of core formation. Inside that person's body was a spirit seed that Wang Lin had left behind. Wang Lin asked, "Where are you guys going?" The person with the spirit seed was an old man. Under Wang Lin's gaze, his body trembled and he quickly said, "Juniors and a dozen or so others were ordered to help a neighboring country. Unfortunately, the neighboring country was no match for the Forsaken Immortal clan and has already fallen. We've been killing our way back to Zhao." Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and a piece of jade appeared in his hand. He left a sliver of his domain on it, threw it at the old man, and calmly said, "Take this and it will guarantee your safe return to Zhao. Go." The old man acted like he had obtained a treasure. This was his life. Wang Lin waved his right hand and disappeared. He excitedly bowed again and again. As he watched Wang Zhuo catch Wang Lin, the old man took a deep breath and respectfully bowed toward where Wang Lin disappeared. This bow was sincere and without any distracting thoughts. A middle-aged man next to him carefully asked, "Martial uncle, who was that senior?" The old man's eyes were filled with reminiscence as he softly said, That was the only soul formation cultivator in Zhao. The middle-aged man sucked in a breath of cold air. He, you should have heard of his name. The old man flew off into the distance and his fellow sect members quickly followed. Wang Lin. His name is Wang Lin. The moment the two words, Wang Lin, came out, even the burly man and his fellow sect members trembled and their eyes were filled with terror. In the cultivation world of Zhao, the name Wang Lin represented a monstrous amount of killing intent. It represented a calamity from the past. On that day, blood flowed like a river and the land of Zhao was dyed red. No one could forget this. Even now, the catastrophe of the Ting family was still passed down in the cultivation world of Zhao. It was still remembered by many people and became the life goal of many young cultivators. On top of a mountain, Wang Zhuo slowly woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he revealed a hint of confusion. This confusion slowly disappeared and he calmed down. He looked at the white figure standing in the wind. Wang Lin. A bitter voice came out of Wang Zhuo's mouth. Wang Zhuo. Wang Lin turned around and smiled. Wang Zhuo looked at Wang Lin. The memories of his previous life flashed through his mind. Finally, it stopped at the scene of his wife dying in his arms. Then he let out a sigh. Thank you, Wang Lin shook his head and said, of the Wang family, only you and I are left. There is no need to thank me. Wang Zhuo hesitated and asked, You? What is your cultivation level now? Have you reached soul transformation? I haven't reached soul transformation yet. Wang Lin looked into the distance. Time passes by in a flash. I still remember you and me back at the Hengyu sect. Alas. Wang Zhuo let out a sigh. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he asked, Wang Zhuo, what happened on Suzaku in the last few years? Why did the Forsaken Immortal clan appear? Wang Zhuo was startled and asked, You don't know? Wang Lin shook his head and said, I wasn't on Suzaku in the last 7 years. Wang Zhuo's heart trembled. Although Wang Lin said it casually, it was completely different in his ears. Not on Suzaku. This Wang Lin's cultivation level can break through the void. Wang Zhuo took a deep breath and told Wang Zhuo everything he knew. Wang Lin's expression was still calm, but a huge wave was set off in his heart. The Forsaken Immortal clan had invaded and almost all rank 3 cultivation countries had fallen. The rank 4 cultivation countries couldn't protect themselves. The country of Rosefinch fought back with all their might, but they were still pushed back. Serene went all out to help the Forsaken Immortal clan, and 5 rank 4 cultivation countries betrayed them. The Forsaken Immortal clan had taken over half of Suzaku. Wang Zhuo slowly said, Rumor has it that the Forsaken Immortal clan sent out 9 people. 5 of those 9 people have already been exposed, so no one knows who the remaining 4 are. The only thing we know is that they must have a very high position in a rank 5 or higher cultivation country. Wang Lin silently pondered. He didn't think that such a big change would happen in just a few short years. Soul Refining Sect. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He had to immediately return to the Soul Refining Sect to see if there was any change there. Most of what Wang Zhuo knew were rumors, so he didn't know anything about the Soul Refining Sect. Wang Zhuo pondered a bit and slowly said, Wang Lin, can you make a trip back to Zhao to save the country of Zhao from this crisis? Also, my Wang family still has descendants. I have been secretly taking care of them all these years, hoping that the mortals won't be affected in this war. However, when I was helping the neighboring country, I heard that the Forsaken Immortal clan was looking for children with spirit root. I was worried that if the Wang family had a child with a spirit root, they would catch the attention of the Forsaken Immortal clan. Unfortunately, I haven't been back in many years, so I don't know if there are still people with spirit root. Suzaku, country of Zhao, rainy night. A carriage was quickly moving outside the capital of the mortal world of Zhao. A bald, burly man was sitting in front of the carriage. He waved the whip in his hand and shouted, Go, go! His expression was anxious and he would occasionally look back. The horse felt pain from the whip, so it let out a long neigh and moved even faster. A child's tender voice came from inside the carriage. "Mom, where are we going?" "Mom will take you to the ancestral home. Only there will you be safe." The one who answered the child was a gentle and pleasant voice. There was also a hint of anxiety in this voice. The child named continued, "Mom, I was studying with the third prince yesterday. He told me that the country of Zhao is very dangerous right now. It seems like there are people fighting with the Celestials. Mom, is that true?" Rest. Don't ask so many questions." A man's deep voice came from inside the carriage. There were 3 people inside the carriage, a husband, a wife, and a child. The woman was wearing a palace dress and looked very attractive. She had a beauty mark on the corner of her mouth, making her even more charming. The man was wearing an official robe. He looked very dignified and gave off a sense of majesty without being angry. It was obvious that he had been in a high position for a long time, so he naturally had this kind of temperament. As for the child, he was about 6 or 7 years old. His face was slightly red and he looked very cute. The carriage was silent for a while. Only the shouting of the bald man could be heard. Then there was the sound of rain falling on the roof of the carriage. Obediently responded. Perhaps he was sleepy, so he lay in the woman's arms and gradually fell asleep. "Your Highness, The woman's eyes turned red and she couldn't say anything. The man sighed and slowly said, "The Celestials in the capital have all left and returned to their sex to fight. The invaders are very powerful. As far as I know, the Celestials in Zhao have all been defeated and have gathered in one place." The woman wiped away the tears from her eyes. She looked at the child in her arms and softly said, "Why are those people looking for these children?" The man took a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, "Last night, I had a secret conversation with His Majesty. I learned that these people are looking for children who have the aptitude to cultivate. I'm afraid they are planning something big. Alas, it would be great if great-grandfather was here." Chapter 4:12. The woman's eyes lit up and said, "Great-grandfather is a legend. Even the immortals in the capital have to be respectful when they see him. Unfortunately, we can't find him right now. I'm afraid great-grandfather can't take care of us right now. His sect is also being invaded by the foreign races. Right now, our only hope is the ancestral home." The man let out a long sigh and looked at the child. 3 children had already been taken away by the foreign races. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. Was the 4th. Luckily, the man's power was monstrous and he was able to escape with the child. The woman looked at the sleeping child and softly asked, "My lord, what is so special about the ancestral home?" The man was silent for a while before he shook his head and said, "I don't know what's so magical about the ancestral mansion. My ancestor once said that if my Wang clan encounters a mansion with a destroyed roof, we can enter the ancestral mansion and use our clan's blood to open an item to save our lives." The woman was startled. She had been married to this man for many years and had never heard of this. Apparently, before our Wang family entered the capital, there was an immortal who was countless times more powerful than great-grandfather. That immortal's power was heaven-defying and no one could stop him. Inside the ancestral home is something he left behind. The man's eyes lit up. More powerful than great-grandfather. The woman's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Is this ancestor still alive? The man muttered to himself for a while and said uncertainly, "My great-grandfather has lived for nearly 200 years. That ancestor must have lived for even longer. He should still be alive." The woman's eyes lit up and she said hurriedly, "If this ancestor can help us, then you will be safe." The man shook his head and bitterly smiled. "This is only a rumor and we don't know if it's true or not. No one knows if this person really exists. However," the man hesitated for a bit. The woman quickly asked, "What is it?" "However, according to the records of our Wang family, 200 years ago in the country of Zhao, Whether it was the celestial world or the mortal world, there was a huge family. This family was named Ting. Apparently, at that time, all the celestials had to listen to the Ting family. Even the emperor of the mortal world had to kowtow when he saw a member of the Ting family. The Ting family is the Wang family's mortal enemy. The man's voice echoed in the carriage. Then, in one night, the Ting family was exterminated by someone. All of the family members were killed. It is said that the person who exterminated the Ting family was that ancestor. The speed of the carriage was extremely fast. 3 days later, they arrived at a manor. The manor wasn't large, and 200 years ago, it was still a village. Later on, it was bought by the Wang family, and after a large amount of construction, it became what it was today. After the carriage stopped, the bald man jumped down from the carriage with a tired expression. He opened the door and respectfully said, "Your Highness, we have arrived." The man got out of the car and glanced at the manor. A look of reminiscence appeared on his face as he softly said, "When I was young, I lived here with my father for a year. In the blink of an eye, 30 years have passed, and nothing has changed here." The woman followed him out of the carriage. Yue also opened her eyes wide and looked curiously at the manor. "Follow me," the man said in a low voice and walked forward. There were no odd job workers in the manor, only a few elderly people who came out to greet them. These elderly people were all people who had worked hard for the Wang family for generations. Although their hair was all white, their eyes were bright. Just looking at them would cause anyone's heart to tremble. The bald man was the same. When he looked at those elderly people, his heart was filled with fear. In his opinion, any one of them could defeat him in one move. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto one of the elderly people. After looking at the elderly person's hand, his heart trembled. He knew who this old man was. This old man was the #1 expert in the martial arts world 20 years ago. The man in the official robe didn't say anything and walked into the manor. He brought his wife and child into the depths of the manor. There was an extremely ordinary house there. Yue curiously asked, "Dad, is this our family's ancestral home?" The man nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of thunder could be heard from the distance. Shortly after, 2 men with runes drawn all over their bodies appeared in the sky above the manor. One of them had a gloomy gaze as he looked at the people on the ground and calmly said, "They run pretty fast." The man's expression greatly changed and he immediately stood in front of his wife and child. He looked at the 2 and bitterly said, "Immortal elders, the matter between you and those immortals has nothing to do with us mortals. Why make things difficult for us?" The surrounding elders' gazes were like lightning as they stared at the 2 people in the sky. The gloomy person coldly looked at the man and without saying anything, his right hand reached out. His purpose for coming here was for the child with the spirit root. Just at this moment, all of the surrounding elders let out a roar and stood in front of the man. However, their bodies of flesh and blood were clearly unable to resist. After several popping sounds, they all vomited blood and were sent flying. The man's expression greatly changed. Without another word, he grabbed his wife and child and quickly retreated back into the ancestral home. After entering the ancestral home, the man's face was covered in cold sweat. His eyes were bloodshot as he pressed down on the rows of memorial tablets in front of him. A secret compartment immediately appeared. He immediately bit the tip of his tongue and used his blood to draw a symbol on the secret compartment. This symbol was something that every generation's successor had to firmly engrave in their hearts the moment they became the clan head. Just at this moment, a loud bang came from outside the ancestral home. Countless pieces of the walls turned to dust, and the gloomy man walked in. The woman placed her child behind her and revealed a look of despair. At this moment, the place where the man in the official robe had drawn the symbol suddenly released a strange light. In an instant, a piece of jade floated out from the secret compartment. A strange power suddenly surrounded the area. The gloomy person's expression immediately changed. He took a few steps back and revealed a look of disbelief. His companion in the sky also felt this strange power and was about to go in to take a look. Just at this moment, the jade suddenly flashed. The man with the gloomy eyes immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Veins popped out on his body as he quickly retreated without saying a word. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. He had sensed a destructive aura from Arcane Master Ye's jade slip. This aura was so strong that even some of the clan members couldn't match it. Once the jade was opened, with this person's cultivation level, he would without a doubt die. As the jade flashed, the gloomy person coughed out a mouthful of blood and retreated outside of the ancestral home. His body trembled and he fell to the ground dead. His companion, who was about to enter the ancestral home to take a look, was startled. Without a word, he turned around and fled. He clearly felt an aura inside the ancestral home that he couldn't resist. However, he didn't get far before the jade flashed and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and died. This strange scene caused the three people in the ancestral home to immediately be startled. The man muttered to himself, "The rumors are true. The jade that Wang Lin left behind contained a sliver of the G realm. With his cultivation level back then, any nascent soul cultivator who saw this sliver of the G realm would die." At this moment, at the foot of the Hengyu mountain in the country of Zhao, most of the cultivators of Zhao were gathered outside the Tian Dao sect. Their faces were filled with anger as they looked into the distance. There was only one person in the void they were looking at. More than half of this person's body was covered in tattoos. Just by standing there, a powerful aura surrounded the area. A hoarse voice came from that person's mouth. "Your cultivation country is quite interesting. All of you are gathered here. Could it be that there is some treasure here that you think can bring back the dead?" A white-haired, black-robed old man flew out from the Tian Dao sect. He stared at the forsaken immortal clan member with hatred in his eyes and calmly said, "You can try." That person laughed and his eyes lit up. His aura surged like crazy and the tattoos on his body seemed to come alive. They all trembled and left his body to form tattoo dragons that danced around him. Interesting. This old man isn't here to deal with you low-level earth cultivators. I'm just passing by. However, since you've put it that way, I'd like to see exactly what kind of treasure you have that can make you so fearless. His eyes revealed a hint of contempt. With his six-leaf shaman status, as long as he didn't meet any late-stage soul formation cultivators, he was invincible on Suzaku. Moreover, he didn't think that a late-stage soul formation cultivator would exist in a mere rank 3 cultivation country. With one step, he walked toward the Tian Dao sect. The tattoo dragons around him let out bursts of howls as they charged toward the Tian Dao sect. The tattoo dragons were as fast as lightning as they closed in. All of the cultivators of Zhao held their breaths and revealed mysterious lights in their eyes. 200 years ago, there was a rumor in Zhao that a native of Zhao had reached the soul formation stage at the Tian Dao sect and left behind a wood carving as a legacy item. Anyone who obtained it could become his direct disciple. The place where it was stored was guarded by his divine sense. If it wasn't fated, it wouldn't open. However, if Zhao was facing destruction, this item could be used to great effect. The instant the dragon pierced through the air, the entire Hengyu mountain suddenly trembled. With a rumbling sound, a wooden statue rose from the top of the mountain. The moment the wood carving appeared, the tattoo dragons trembled. The man from the forsaken immortal clan revealed a mysterious light in his eyes. The old man slowly said, "So there is a domain treasure left behind by a soul formation cultivator. However, this soul formation cultivator's cultivation level is too low. He is only at the early stage of soul formation. Even if he personally came, the old man would still be able to kill him, much less a treasure." The mysterious light in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with contempt once more. Chapter 4:13. As he spoke, he pointed at the air with his right hand. Immediately, a few talisman dragons roared and charged toward the wooden statue, bringing with them the sound of breaking through the air. All of the cultivators from Zhao raised their heads and stared at the wood carving. In their eyes, this wood carving was their hope. It was the most precious treasure in Zhao. The wood carving trembled slightly and released a bright light. Then a ring of light spread out and collided with the tattoo dragons. Boom, boom, boom. A few loud bangs rang out, and the runic symbols on the runic dragons seemed to have been swept by a violent gust of wind. The runic symbols immediately flickered, and in the end, a large number of them dimmed. Most of the runic dragons instantly disappeared from the world. The remaining tattoo dragons also shrunk a lot. When the cultivators from Zhao saw this, their eyes were filled with excitement. What's this? This thing is interesting. It would be a pity to destroy it. The Forsaken Immortal clan member's eyes lit up as he looked at the wood carving. Without a word, he waved his hand and ancient tattoos appeared in the air. These runes circled around his body. He moved and stepped forward. The wood carving flashed once more and the ripples spread out. When the ripples touched the tattoos around him, they trembled violently and dissipated. With one step, the Forsaken Immortal clan member crossed the distance and arrived next to the wood carving at the top of the Hengyu mountain. His hand reached toward the wood carving. The light from the wood carving was blinding and quickly spread out, but the disdain in the Forsaken Immortal clan member's eyes didn't disappear. He let out a snort and pressed his hand against the wood carving. Even if your master personally came, the old man would still accept it. The man grabbed the wood carving. After looking at it, he smiled and said, "This is indeed a treasure. If there is a chance in the future, the old man would like to see the junior that left this wood carving behind." The entire Hengyu Mountains Tiandao sect was silent. All of the cultivators were silent. The symbol in their hearts had been destroyed just like that. It seemed like the end of the country of Zhao could not be changed. The disdain in the Forsaken Immortal clan member's eyes became even stronger as he slowly said, "Because of this, the old man won't make it difficult for you. From now on, you will all be vassals of my Forsaken Immortal clan. It will be much better than living under the country of Rosefinch. My wooden carving is not something you can take away." A calm voice came from the void. Then, two figures suddenly appeared from the void. The Forsaken Immortal clan member suddenly turned around and stared behind him. His heart was filled with terror. Even with his cultivation, he hadn't noticed that someone was right behind him. The two people who appeared from the void were Wang Lin and Wang Zhuo. As soon as the two of them appeared, some of the state of Zhao cultivators in the Tiandao sect recognized Wang Lin. "Progenitor! Progenitor!" Shouts of excitement came from the mouths of most of the cultivators. In the blink of an eye, it was as if this was the only sound left in the world. "Progenitor!" Wang Lin faintly smiled and nodded. The shouts became even louder. The Forsaken Immortal clan member's expression was extremely ugly. The disdain in his eyes had long disappeared and was replaced with deep dread. "Sir." He was about to speak when he was interrupted by Wang Lin. "Give me my wooden carving." Although Wang Lin's voice was calm, it was filled with an unquestionable aura. The Forsaken Immortal clan member's expression was gloomy. He couldn't see through this person's cultivation. At first glance, this person seemed to be at the peak of the late stage of soul formation, but upon closer inspection, this person's body contained a mysterious force. He had heard of this mysterious force from the elders in his clan. It was the sign of a soul transformation cultivator. After pondering for a bit, he raised his right hand and threw the wooden carving toward Wang Lin. The moment Wang Lin raised his hand to grab the wooden carving, the Forsaken Immortal clan member's eyes became cold and he shouted, "Symbol, explode!" In an instant, a large amount of symbols appeared on the wooden carving. These symbols gave off a ghostly light and suddenly exploded, creating a powerful shockwave. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he pointed forward, and the exploding symbols were surrounded by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, the symbols were trapped in the air and compressed into a ball the size of a fist. This ball was filled with smoke and contained the power of all the exploding symbols. The Forsaken Immortal Clan member's expression changed greatly. He didn't think that his attack would be so easily neutralized by Wang Lin. Soul transformation. He bitterly muttered to himself. Without a word, he turned around to escape. He knew that with his current strength, he had no chance of winning against a soul transformation cultivator. He would without a doubt die. What bad luck! The ancestor of a rank 3 cultivation country is actually a soul transformation old monster. How could I encounter something like this? The Forsaken Immortal Clan member's heart was filled with bitterness. Just as he was about to escape, the sky suddenly darkened. With a tearing sound, a giant rift that could travel through space suddenly appeared where he was. The Forsaken Immortal Clan member was terrified and couldn't help but tremble. Did I allow you to leave? Wang Lin calmly looked at the Forsaken Immortal Clan member. His right hand grabbed the wooden carving and he placed his new divine sense on it. Then he threw the wooden carving into the Huingyu mountain. The Forsaken Immortal Clan member's face was gloomy as he slowly said, "Sir, according to our agreement, your country of Rosefinch gave up the rank 3 cultivation country in exchange for us delaying our attack on the rank 4 cultivation country. Are you going to break the agreement?" Wang Lin frowned and said, "Who made the agreement with you? The son of Rosefinch?" The Forsaken Immortal Clan member was startled. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "Sir, since you are a soul transformation cultivator, you must know of Qian Feng. This agreement was signed by Qian Feng on behalf of the son of Rosefinch and my clan's junior master." Qian Feng. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. He had heard this name twice before. The first time was from Lu Mei and the second time was now. "Ridiculous," Wang Lin coldly said as he raised his right hand and pointed at the ball of light that was sealing the explosion. The ball of light suddenly moved and charged toward the Forsaken Immortal Clan member. The expression of the man from the Forsaken Immortal Clan changed greatly. His hand touched his forehead and there was a flash of green light. Shortly after, a plant with 6 leaves appeared and charged out from between his eyebrows. It collided with the ball of light. Bang! The Forsaken Immortal Clan member's body was knocked back and he coughed out blood. However, not only was the plant not damaged, the green light became even stronger. However, he didn't want to fight, so he waved his hand and a purple stick appeared in his hand. He pointed at the stick and ripples appeared in the air. He was about to charge into the ripples. That purple stick was a branch from the reincarnation tree. The Forsaken Immortal Clan used a secret technique to communicate with the reincarnation ancestral tree to teleport people across Suzaku. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he raised his right hand and softly said, "Absorb." With the Forsaken Immortal Clan member as the center, a large amount of clouds gathered to form a giant ring of light. This ring of light quickly shrank until it was only 30 feet wide. The Forsaken Immortal Clan member was terrified. The ripples that could teleport people around him had lost their effect and collapsed. A powerful pressure came from all directions and landed on his body in the blink of an eye. Despair that he had never felt before appeared in his heart. The panic in his eyes became even stronger. His hands formed strange seals and he pressed them against his chest. With one rip, 10 bloody gashes appeared on his chest. Large amounts of blood sprayed out and the plant on his forehead quickly rushed out. It absorbed the blood like crazy and quickly grew. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire 30-foot wide ring of light. "If you kill me, the power of the talisman will be left on your body. My clan's seniors will kill you on sight." The Forsaken Immortal Clan member's expression was ferocious as he roared, "If you kill me, there will be talismans left on your body. My clan's elders will kill you on sight." The 30-meter wide ring of light shrank down to 10 meters. The 7-leafed plant's branches that supported the ring of light began to break. Every time a branch broke, the man coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face grew paler. The 30-foot wide ring of light shrank until it was only 10 feet wide. The branches of the 7-leaf plant that supported the ring of light all broke. Every time a branch broke, the person coughed out a mouthful of blood and his face became even more pale. Wang Lin's expression was still the same. He smiled and said, "How many Forsaken Immortal clan members have I, Wang, killed?" The power of the talismans. Are you talking about this? During the Moon Star Soul transformation, Wang Lin noticed that these 5 strands of gray gas had appeared in his body. Normally, they were hidden in his meridians. Not only did they not harm his body, they actually helped his spiritual energy flow more smoothly. The Forsaken Immortal clan member stared at the 5 strands of gray gas, and his face turned pale. He could feel the aura of a 6-leaf shaman from the gray gas. It was obvious he was killed by the person before him. Wang Lin calmly looked at the person before his right hand reached out and the ring of light began to shrink. The Forsaken Immortal clan member let out a few groans as all the branches of the 6-leaf shaman inside the ring of light broke. Finally, as the ring of light shrank, the Forsaken Immortal clan member was squeezed into a pile of flesh and blood. The ring of light disappeared, and the pile of flesh and blood turned to dust before dissipating in a mist of blood. With Wang Lin's current strength, killing this person was as easy as blowing off dust. He didn't even need to use any treasures. After all, his domain was different from a soul formation cultivator's. His domain contained celestial spiritual energy. The current him was half a step into the soul transformation stage. As long as he had enough celestial jades, he could reach the soul transformation stage at any time. However, the amount of celestial jades was simply too little. Wang Lin looked at where the Forsaken Immortal clan member died, and began to ponder. Rosefinch's son actually made an agreement with the Forsaken Immortal clan. This is a bit strange. There is also that Qian Feng. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Chapter 4:14. All of the cultivators of the Tian Dao sect were very excited as they looked at Wang Lin with reverence in their eyes. The white-haired old man from the Tian Dao sect walked out from the crowd. He bowed at Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Junior Tian Dao sect's Zhen Fengshao greets ancestor." "Greetings, martial ancestor." As soon as the old man finished speaking, all of the state of Zhao cultivators immediately saluted. Their voices were very loud and spread far. Wang Lin shook his head and said, "I'm not the ancestor." The old man took a deep breath and respectfully said, "You are the ancestor of all the cultivators of the state of Zhao. This has existed since you reached the soul formation stage at the Tiandao sect 200 years ago. Please don't decline." Wang Lin sighed and looked at the land of the state of Zhao. This was the place where he was born and raised. In the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. Sometimes, when he thought back to the past, he felt like he was in a dream. "Lord Ancestor, if you're not in a hurry, please rest at the Tiandao sect for a few days and allow us juniors to pay our respects." The old man's eyes were filled with reverence. Wang Zhuo sighed and said, "Wang Lin, stay at the state of Zhao for a few days. Don't you want to see fourth uncle's descendants?" The old man was startled and looked at Wang Zhuo. Wang Zhuo was a talented disciple of the Tiandao sect, and the old man thought he knew him. However, Wang Zhuo's words were a bit strange. The old man immediately noticed something was wrong. Although Wang Zhuo looked the same as before, his eyes no longer had the feeling of a Tiandao sect disciple. Instead, there was a sense of vicissitude. Wang Zhuo smiled at the old man and sent a voice transmission to the old man. After the old man heard this, his body trembled and he looked at Wang Lin with disbelief. In the end, he was sure that Wang Zhuo's words couldn't be false, so he let out a bitter smile and respectfully said, "I'm not lying." He smiled bitterly and said, "Greetings, ancestor. Chen Fengxiao, you were a disciple that I personally brought to the Tiandao sect. Back then, you were still a young man. In a flash, so many years have passed, and things have changed. Wang Zhuo sighed. Chen Fengxiao nodded bitterly. For a moment, he was still in a trance. Wang Lin stayed in the Tiandao sect. The cultivators of the state of Zhao, with the exception of the leaders of some sects, all dispersed and returned to their own sections. At the Heaven Dao sect, Wang Lin gave a lecture about the Dao to all of the core formation cultivators in the state of Zhao. His enlightenment left a vague image of the Dao in the hearts of the core formation cultivators, which increased their chances of reaching the nascent soul stage. Similarly, for the few nascent soul cultivators, Wang Lin wasn't stingy in teaching them about the soul formation stage. This way, they were no longer confused about the soul formation stage and were able to see the path clearly. 3 days later, Wang Lin and Wang Zhuo left the Tiandao sect. Before they left, Wang Lin placed down a powerful formation around the Tiandao sect. This formation could isolate all soul formation cultivators. Only soul transformation cultivators could break it. For a rank 3 cultivation country, this kind of formation was one of a kind. Normally, only a rank 5 cultivation country would have a formation stronger than this. After doing one last thing for the state of Zhao, Wang Lin no longer had any attachment to the place where he was born and raised. He went with Wang Zhuo to the capital and silently looked at the descendants of the Wang family. Soon after, he saw Yuer's family of 3 in the ancestral home. Yuer's cuteness reminded him of Daniao and Zhouru when they were young. Wang Zhuo accepted Yuer and taught him the art of cultivation. Before Wang Lin left, he took away the Ji realm from the jade inside the ancestral home and inserted a piece of his divine sense into it. Wang Zhuo didn't return to the Tiandao sect but stayed at the Wang family. 200 years ago, he was sent into the body of a pregnant woman in the Wang family by Wang Lin. Since he was born in the Wang family, his feelings for the Wang family far surpassed those for Wang Lin. He was prepared to use the rest of his life to protect the descendants of the Wang family. The matter with the state of Zhao was over. However, Wang Lin still had one more thought in his mind, and that was the Hengyu sect. After all, this sect was the cradle of cultivation for him. Before leaving Zhao, Wang Lin decided to check it out. He spread out his divine sense, and all the mountain ranges and caves in the country of Zhao appeared in his mind. Then he disappeared from where he stood. According to his memory, Wang Lin's figure appeared outside of Elephant Snake Mountain in Zhao. With a complicated expression, Wang Lin looked around. There was a formation here. He waved his hand but didn't break the formation. Instead, he passed through it and entered Elephant Snake Mountain. Inside was a giant cave. When Wang Lin entered the cave, all he could see was dust. This place had been abandoned for a long time. Only in the main hall of the cave was a giant piece of jade with 3 ancient words engraved on it. Hengyu sect. Wang Lin let out a sigh and wiped the dust off the jade. He looked at the jade and silently pondered for a long time. After a while, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and walked toward the stone room. After breaking the restriction on the door, what appeared before him were rows of shelves. There were a few jades scattered on the shelves that gave off a faint light. In the corner was a skeleton. This skeleton was in the shape of a moon. There were no cracks on it and there were no signs of injuries. It was obvious that this person had died of old age. The skeleton's right index finger was pointing at the ground. Wang Lin walked up, wiped the dust off the ground and saw a row of words. The Hengyu sect has died by itself. We have failed our ancestors, we have failed our ancestors. Wang Lin silently took a few steps back and respectfully bowed toward the skeleton. He softly said, "Disciple Wang Lin greets the ancestor." With a sigh, Wang Lin turned around and walked toward the jades. He picked them up one by one and used his divine sense to explore them. Finally, his footsteps stopped on one of the jade. The old man's talent was dull and his cultivation was not good enough. In his life, he only had a strange desire for swords. It was as if he lived for swords. But for some reason, any swords that were touched by his divine sense would shatter after one breath without exception. The word useless was referring to the old man. If he couldn't use his divine sense to control swords, he wouldn't be able to use them in battle. When he was 80 years old, the old man suddenly had a dream. In the dream, he was the soul of a sword that swept through the world and roared through the 9 continents. He was regarded as the king of swords. After waking up, the sword in the dream echoed in the old man's mind for a long time. It was as if it was the old man's life pursuit. It was the old man's previous life. I resolutely gave up on breaking through to the foundation establishment realm and turned to forging swords. I want to forge that sword. This thought was extremely heavy. It was so heavy that the old man couldn't control himself. All of his mind was focused on it. I must forge that sword in the dream. After 10 years, the old man didn't hesitate to kneel down and beg for strange stones and metals. He collected countless materials to forge swords and successfully forged a few swords. However, none of them felt like they were in a dream. All of them were personally discarded by the old man. This year, the Hengyu sect encountered a great calamity. A powerful enemy attacked, and the sect was about to be destroyed. In this life, the old man was born in the Hengyu sect. Naturally, he would die in the Hengyu sect. At the moment of danger, the old man opened the furnace to forge one last time. Time was limited, so this time, the old man gave up on the strange materials and simply used ordinary iron to forge a large sword. The moment the sword came out of the furnace, the old man suddenly felt something. He melted the metal and smeared it on the sword. The sword immediately shined with a golden light. Looking at the sword, the old man felt like he was in a dream. It was as if he couldn't control his body. When he picked up the sword, he felt like he had returned to the dream and became the soul of the sword. This is the feeling I gave this sword. I named it Great Riches. Although the name is vulgar, it is what I wanted. Holding this sword, the old man's mind seemed to disappear into the sword. He rushed out of the place where the sword was forged and solved the calamity of the Hengyu sect. Then, the old man passed away with a smile. He left behind a sword art and stored it in great riches. I hope future generations of disciples will treat this sword well. Wang Lin put down the jade and closed his eyes. His heart was shaken. The reason he came here was not just to see the Hengyu sect, but to find the source of great riches was also one of his goals. Previous life's sword spirit. This great riches is exactly the same as the celestial sword. Could it be that this senior's soul contains a trace of the sword spirit of the celestial sword that collapsed? Wang Lin opened his eyes and his eyes lit up. He pondered a bit, then his figure disappeared and he left this place. When he reappeared, he was outside of the Juming Valley. This was where his bag of holding was broken. That was where he found the sword scabbard. He tore open a spatial rift and Wang Lin went in. This time he only had one goal, and that was great riches. This sword was made from common iron. After 500 years, I don't know if it still exists in this spatial rift. I also don't know if it disappeared with the bag of holding. Unfortunately, my cultivation level back then wasn't high enough to sense the sword art inside, or else. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He spread out his divine sense inside the spatial rift and began to search for it. Half a month later, Wang Lin walked out of the spatial rift with a frown. He found nothing. I'm afraid this sword has already been destroyed. I need to quickly return to the soul refining sect to find a large amount of celestial jades to reach the soul transformation stage. Wang Lin's figure disappeared and reappeared inside an ancient transfer array. After activating it, he disappeared from the country of Zhao. In the western part of Suzaku, there was a rank 4 cultivation country that had been taken over by the Forsaken Immortal clan. The cultivators of the country were now subordinates of the forsaken, immortal clan. At this moment, there was a person wearing a straw hat and his body was surrounded by a golden light. Wang Lin, you finally returned. The moment you returned to Suzaku, Senior already knew. I hope you won't disappoint him. This person slapped his bag of holding and a piece of jade appeared in his hand. You helped me kill Li Yuanfeng and seal Shuiyu. I, Zhou Wutai, can't repay you, so I'll give this to you. Inside this is Lu Mei's domain that I comprehended at the cost of my life. I hope you can do as Senior predicted and devour Lu Mei's Dao heart to complete the Rosefinch's domain. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. In the northern part of the country of Pilu on the continent of Rosefinch, rings of light appeared and Wang Lin's figure appeared. He walked out of the transfer array and charged toward the soul refining sect. Chapter 4:15. Along the way, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and saw many cultivators. However, all of them had ugly expressions on their faces and seemed to be in a hurry. Even when the divine senses of people they knew met, they would only respond briefly before dispersing. As Wang Lin flew, he suddenly frowned. He saw more than 10 cultivators in the distance. Their divine senses were linked together in a strange way and slowly swept over. Among these cultivators, 3 were at the soul formation stage and the rest were at the nascent soul stage. They weren't targeting anyone, but every cultivator was being checked. When their divine senses swept toward where Wang Lin was, Wang Lin didn't have time to waste with them. He took a step forward and disappeared without a trace from the combined divine senses of the 10 cultivators. The 10 cultivators didn't find anything strange and continued to sweep through the divine senses. Wang Lin's speed was very fast. Soon, he arrived outside the soul refining sect. The soul refining sect's protective formation had already been activated, forming a black soul fog. From afar, it looked like there were countless ghosts inside. Waves of mournful cries came from the black soul fog. It was like a realm of the netherworld, causing people to feel fear just by looking at it. No cultivator from the country of Pilu was willing to get close to this place, and would often take a detour. When Wang Lin saw the soul refining sect's protective formation, he let out a sigh of relief. The fact that the formation had been activated meant there was no danger inside. His hands formed a seal, and he activated the soul locking technique. He opened his mouth, and a ray of black light flew out. The black light turned into a 3-meter-long soul flag. Enter! Wang Lin's right hand pointed forward and the 1 billion soul flag moved without any wind. The flag wrapped around Wang Lin's body and carried him into the mountain protection formation that was giving off the black fog. When the 1 billion soul flag charged into the black fog moved to the side, opening a path for Wang Lin. The 1 billion soul flag moved very fast and disappeared into the depths of the black fog. At this time, the black soul mist produced by the protective formation returned to normal, and the small path that had been opened up was immediately swallowed up by the surging fog on both sides. The soul refining sect hadn't changed much compared to when Wang Lin left. However, the number of disciples in the soul refining sect had dwindled to less than 1/10 of what it used to be. From afar, of the 9 golden rings, only 3 remained. "You're back!" An ancient voice came from the void. A blood-colored ring appeared in front of Wang Lin and Du Tian walked out. Du Tian looked even older than before, and his body gave off a dense death aura. The difference between him and his past self was like heaven and earth. "Senior, you." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he carefully looked at Du Tian and let out a sigh. He could see that Du Tian's lifespan was reaching its end. "You can see it. Don't worry, the old man still has a few more years to live. He won't die so easily." Du Tian laughed, and with this laugh, the death aura around him seemed to dissipate a lot. "Not bad. Your cultivation level has increased a lot in these past few years. You have already reached the point where you can refine celestial qi and refine your body. If you have a lot of celestial jades, you will soon reach the soul transformation stage. Du Tian carefully looked at Wang Lin. He was shocked and his eyes shined brightly. Wang Lin pondered a bit and asked, Senior, do you have any celestial jades here? Du Tian looked up at the sky and laughed. Xing Niu, you came back to the soul refining sect for celestial jades. If you didn't lack celestial jades, you wouldn't have come back. Wang Lin faintly smiled and shook his head. For the 1 billion soul flag, I would have come back as well. Du Tian's eyes lit up. He looked at Wang Lin and revealed a look of admiration. Good. The 1 billion soul flag is yours. The old man's soul fragment in a few years will also be yours. Even the entire soul refining sect will be yours. If you don't like it, you can give up on the soul refining sect. However, you have to remember that you have to repay the old man for what he has done for you. The old man wants you to repay him by protecting the 1 billion soul flag. As long as the flag exists, the soul refining sect will never die. This little Suzaku won't be able to stop you, Xing Niu. He said that if you leave this place, you must find a place where the soul refining sect can flourish. Also, help the soul refining sect build 999 heaven stairways so that the soul refining sect can become a rank 6 cultivation country. Xing Niu, listen up. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. There was no free lunch in this world. If you want something, you have to give something. Wang Lin agreed with Du Tian's words. After pondering a bit, he nodded and said, Fine. Du Tian carefully looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, he let out a sigh. He looked up at the sky and thought, Senior apprentice brother, I bet everything on your divination. I hope I won't lose everything in the end. He took a deep breath, waved his sleeves, and said, Follow me. With that, he led the way and Wang Lin followed. The two of them moved like lightning and arrived at the back mountain of the soul refining sect. There, Du Tian's right hand formed a seal and landed in the sky. A giant vortex appeared in the sky. There were countless bolts of black lightning moving around the vortex, and a dangerous aura spread out. This is a forbidden area of the soul refining sect. Only those who have mastered the soul sealing technique can enter. Bringing you here isn't against the sect's rules. Du Tian entered the vortex. Wang Lin pondered a bit. His expression was calm, but he was secretly on guard and quickly followed. The moment he entered the vortex, Wang Lin felt like he was inside a transfer array. His vision blurred, and when he reappeared, he was inside a giant cave. This cave wasn't large, and there were more than 30 tablets made of celestial jades on the wall. Du Tian bowed toward the tablets and said, Those are the tablets of all the soul transformation cultivators of the soul refining sect. Wang Lin also bowed. A trace of happiness appeared in Du Tian's eyes, and he nodded slightly. He then pressed his right hand against the wall, causing a rumbling sound to come from all directions. Xing Niu, sit down cross-legged. There aren't many celestial jades left in the soul refining sect. Although we accumulated a lot back on Planet 4 Saints, after tens of thousands of years and more than 30 soul transformation cultivators, we've already used up all the celestial jades we have. The remaining ones were obtained by the old man and his brother when they were young. I'm afraid they aren't enough for you, but you don't have to worry. If you don't have enough celestial jades, the old man will take you to the soul transformation stage. Ever since the old man's generation, if anyone in the soul refining sect is at the soul transformation stage, we don't have to worry about celestial jade. If one sect isn't enough, we'll take 2. If 2 isn't enough, we'll take 3. Sooner or later, we'll have enough. When the old man reached the soul transformation stage, my teacher took the 1 billion soul flag and robbed all the sects in 3 rank 5 cultivation countries. There was even a hint of pride in Du Tian's eyes. Wang Lin could only bitterly smile. The soul-refining sect was indeed too tyrannical. The 1 billion soul flag was something that even Rosefinch's son was wary of. With it, the soul-refining sect could do whatever they wanted. No wonder they had so many soul transformation cultivators. It was all because of the spear celestial jade. At this moment, the rumbling became even more intense, and the ground began to tremble. Finally, with a series of crackling sounds, 2 pieces of celestial jades that were as tall as a person flew into the air. Dense celestial spiritual energy suddenly filled the area. Wang Lin carefully looked at the 2 large pieces of celestial jade. They weren't as good as the ones Wang Lin used before, but they were too big, so the amount of celestial spiritual energy they contained was much higher. Wang Lin took a deep breath, sat down in the lotus position, and began to cultivate to absorb the celestial spiritual energy. The 2 pieces of celestial jades surrounded Wang Lin and released a large amount of celestial spiritual energy. The moment the celestial spiritual energy appeared, it was immediately absorbed by Wang Lin's body. His body was like a giant whirlpool as he absorbed the celestial spiritual energy from the 2 pieces of celestial jades like crazy. Gradually, the celestial spiritual energy from the celestial jades became visible to the naked eye. It was a milky white aura that connected to Wang Lin's body and was absorbed like crazy by Wang Lin. Du Tian, who was standing not far away, secretly nodded. After pondering a bit, he slapped his bag of holding and 7 white flags appeared in his hand. He waved his hand and the 7 flags flew out and surrounded Wang Lin. Immediately, white lines spread out from the 7 flags and connected with each other, forming an irregular pattern. Stand! Du Tian's hands formed a seal and he pointed at the air. Rays of white light suddenly rose from the white lines connecting the flags and completely surrounded Wang Lin. Pseng Niu, with this formation, you will be able to absorb celestial spiritual energy and convert it into spiritual energy even faster. The old man has never been stingy with you. Endless spiritual energy came from all directions and entered Wang Lin's body from every pore. It continued to change his body, causing the spiritual energy inside his body to quickly change as well. Gradually, Wang Lin forgot about the passage of time. He was completely immersed in refining his body with celestial spiritual energy. He slowly gained a deeper understanding of celestial spiritual energy. The soul transformation stage was a transformation of spiritual energy and celestial spiritual energy. It could be said that only by controlling celestial spiritual energy could one truly be considered a powerful cultivator. Soul transformation cultivators controlled celestial spiritual energy. Many treasures that required spiritual energy to activate wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of celestial spiritual energy and would become dispensable. Similarly, in this world, there was a type of treasure that couldn't be activated with spiritual energy. Only celestial spiritual energy could activate it. For example, the celestial sword or the god-slaying war chariot. As time passed, no matter how much celestial spiritual energy there was, it would eventually be absorbed. On this day, cracks appeared on the 2 pieces of celestial jades that were placed in front and behind of Wang Lin. Chapter 4:16. Cracks began to appear on the 2 celestial jades like scars. More and more cracks appeared and the 2 celestial jades were no longer white but gray. On this day, after the last bit of celestial spiritual energy from the celestial jade before Wang Lin was extracted by Wang Lin, it completely collapsed into dust and formed a small mountain on the ground. At the same time, the celestial jade behind him also collapsed and followed the same path. Wang Lin's hair moved without any wind and the celestial spiritual energy coming from his body was several times stronger than before. A powerful pressure came from his body. The 7 small flags couldn't withstand the pressure and were shattered by the shockwave. Wang Lin slowly raised his head and stood up. His eyes lit up and then he calmed down. 1/3 of the way done. Wang Lin's gaze fell on Du Tian, who was cultivating in the corner. Du Tian opened his eyes and smiled. Not bad. Let's go. The old man will take you to steal celestial jade. This is the tradition of my soul refining sect. Although the Forsaken Immortal clan is in chaos right now, that doesn't change the tradition of my soul refining sect. Du Tian let out a laugh. He waved his right hand and a black vortex appeared before him. He stepped into it. Wang Lin revealed a faint smile as he followed Du Tian into the black vortex. When they reappeared, the two of them were in the sky outside the soul refining sect. Du Tian had his hands behind his back, and a white cloud appeared under his feet as he flew forward. Wang Lin casually followed behind him. His mind was immersed in his body as he felt the change in the celestial spiritual energy inside him. At this moment, there wasn't much spiritual energy left in his body. More than half of it had been converted into celestial spiritual energy. As a result, the amount of celestial spiritual energy inside his body had increased. However, his flesh, bones, meridians, and other structures all needed celestial spiritual energy to form, so he needed a large amount of celestial jades to reach the soul transformation stage. In the west of Pilu, there was a swamp that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was a deathly silent world, and there were no signs of human habitation within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. This was a paradise for all types of insect. The swamp's environment was such that there were many poisonous insects here that not even cultivators would dare to provoke. Here, one could often see swarms of insects whizzing past. They were the kings of this place. There were also some other demonic beasts in the swamp, and all of them were filled with poison. However, they were still inferior to those poisonous insects. Therefore, most of the time, these demonic beasts lived in the swamp and would not easily come out of the water. In the entire country of Pilu, aside from mortals, all cultivators knew that the swamp in the western part of the country was not a place of natural danger. It was where the demonic insect sect was located. The demonic insect clan lived in this swamp. The insect devil sect was a rather peculiar sect. This sect didn't have a real mountain gate or hall. They were almost completely scattered in this huge swamp. There were some areas in the swamp that weren't big, but they weren't deep and could be lived in. The disciples of the demonic insect clan lived in these areas. They were scattered all over the swamp. The disciples of the demonic insect clan often didn't have much camaraderie with each other, and most of them cultivated by themselves. Their sect's cultivation method was insect cultivation, and the large amount of poisonous insects in the swamp made it a lot easier for them to cultivate. On this day, two figures appeared in the sky above the swamp. One was an old man and the other was a young man. The old man was wearing black and had white hair. His entire body was just skin and bones. He had his hands behind his back and his eyes were cold. His body gave off an aura that scared away all the poisonous insects. The person beside him was a young man. He was dressed in white, and his hair was casually tied behind his head. Although he wasn't handsome, he gave off an otherworldly feeling. This was especially so for his eyes, which were clearly black and white. Not only were there no impurities, but just a single glance at them would be enough to see through one's heart. The two of them were Du Tian and Wang Lin. Du Tian was clearly very familiar with this place, so he directly brought Wang Lin here. Looking at the swamp below him, Du Tian sighed. Sing Nyo, don't look down on these demonic insect clan people. Let me tell you, the disciples of the demonic insect clan were all rats in their previous life. Did you know that when my teacher brought me here, the amount of celestial jades we obtained was 3 times the amount of celestial jades from a normal sect? After he finished speaking, his right hand reached out and the 1 billion soul flag appeared in his hand. With this 30-foot-long soul flag in his hand, Du Tian's aura changed. He looked at the swamp below him and waved the soul flag. The soul fragments flew out in all directions. At this moment, The sky changed colors and the stars moved. Everywhere in the sky and on the ground were surrounded by souls. Waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls rang out. The howls turned into sound waves that were not weaker than the attacks of magic treasures. They spread out in all directions with loud rumbling sounds. The more than 10 violet gold souls roared as soon as they appeared. Their faces lit up with excitement, and without waiting for any orders, they charged out. The venomous insects scattered as if they had encountered their natural enemy. Du Tian's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Rats of the demonic insect clan, your grandpa Du Tian is here. Quickly hand over the celestial jades." When Wang Lin heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. This Du Tian's words were quite interesting. Could it be that there were some rules for stealing other people's celestial jades? Wang Lin didn't know that the soul-refining sect was used to being domineering. Back then, when Du Tian was brought here by his teacher, he said the same thing. Apparently, his teacher's teacher said the same thing. In short, there were indeed rules for this matter. Several angry roars came from the swamp. 2 silhouettes turned into bolts of lightning, whistling through the air. Those souls that tried to stop them, before they could even get close, were forced back by the 2's auras. However, the 2 of them knew what they were doing, so they didn't injure the soul fragments and only pushed them back. Old Ghost Du Tian, the celestial jades are gone. One of them was an old man wearing a purple robe with 2 blood-red centipedes around his ears. The other person was an old woman. Although there were many wrinkles on her face, her eyes were very bright. She let out a dry cough and interrupted the purple-robed old man. She looked at Du Tian and said, "Old Ghost Du Tian, I can't give you the celestial jades this time. When the Forsaken Immortal clan attacked, I was seriously injured and had to use celestial jades to heal myself. Even now, I'm only able to recover a majority of my injuries. For the sake of the future, I can't give them to you." Du Tian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the old woman. He pointed at his brow and the death intent that he had been suppressing surged out. He said with a hoarse voice, "Yen Hong, I have less than 2 years of lifespan left." The old woman was startled and her expression changed slightly. The purple-robed old man's expression was also a bit ugly as he muttered, "Your soul-refining sect is a bunch of madmen. Using your lifespan to reach its end, you're not afraid of death at all and used the 1 billion soul flag to steal celestial jades." Du Tian laughed and said, "Without an anchor, I, the old man, have less than 2 years of lifespan left, so of course I'm not afraid of death. Today, give me the celestial jades and I'll leave. If you don't give me the celestial jades, I won't fight you, but I'll kill all the poisonous insects in this swamp." The purple-robed old man was so angry that he began to laugh. Just as he was about to speak, the old woman let out a dry cough and said, "Old Ghost, what's the point? If you make a move, not to mention whether or not the soul-refining sect will be retaliated against by the 2 of us, I can tell you with certainty that the junior next to you will die." Wang Lin faintly smiled as he pointed at the air, and the celestial sword flew out. Wang Lin used a sliver of celestial spiritual energy in this attack. Although he hadn't reached the soul transformation stage, he could still use a sliver of celestial spiritual energy. A celestial sword naturally required celestial spiritual energy to be used. After celestial spiritual energy was infused into the sword, it gave off a dazzling golden light. A celestial pressure spread out from the sword. The sword energy was as fast as lightning, and it descended with the momentum of splitting the heavens and earth. The old woman's expression changed greatly. She quickly grabbed her bag of holding and a turtle shell appeared in her hand. She threw it to block the sword energy. Bang! There was a loud bang as the turtle shell shattered and turned to dust. At the same time, the sword energy was blocked and disappeared. The old woman's expression was extremely ugly. Even the purple-robed old man's expression changed as he stared at Wang Lin. "First, will I really die today?" Wang Lin's tone was calm as he slowly said, "Who are you?" The old woman asked in a serious tone. She wasn't surprised that the sword attack just now contained celestial spiritual energy. In fact, when she first appeared, she already noticed that Wang Lin's cultivation was between the soul formation and soul transformation stages. She didn't care about cultivators at this level, but at this moment, she didn't expect the person before her to have a celestial treasure. Treasures that were powered by spiritual energy, no matter what quality, were called spirit treasures. Similarly, treasures that were powered by celestial spiritual energy were called celestial treasures. Celestial treasures were treasures that could completely withstand celestial spiritual energy and perfectly unleash the power of celestial spiritual energy. These kinds of treasures weren't common in the cultivation world. Normally, a soul transformation cultivator's goal, aside from reaching the ascendant stage, was to obtain a celestial treasure. There was a huge difference between a soul transformation cultivator with a celestial treasure and one without one. With a celestial treasure, they would have a weapon that could perfectly unleash celestial spiritual energy. Otherwise, they would only be able to use celestial spiritual energy on spells and techniques, which would still be weaker. In addition, there were some treasures that were between the spirit and celestial realms. They could be controlled with celestial spiritual energy. Although they couldn't perfectly unleash their power, they could still be several times more powerful than using spiritual energy. These kinds of treasures were called pseudo-celestial treasures. The 1 billion soul flag and restriction flag were such treasures. Chapter 4:17. Facing the old woman's question, Wang Lin smiled and said, "I'm Tsing Yo." The old woman's expression changed. She looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "You were able to kill Shui Yu's Li Yuanfeng and the giant demon clan ancestor at the soul formation stage. Tsing Yo, this old woman indeed can't stop you today." The old woman let out a sigh. Although she was at the late stage of soul transformation and could easily kill Wang Lin, with Du Tian here, she had no chance of killing Wang Lin. She looked at the old man beside her and sighed again. The purple-robed old man beside her had a gloomy expression. He was at the early stage of soul transformation. He believed that he could easily kill Li Yuanfeng, but it would be very difficult for him to win against the giant demon clan ancestor. However, this young man was the one who had killed Li Yuanfeng and the giant demon clan ancestor. Although Wang Lin hadn't reached the soul transformation stage yet, in his eyes, Wang Lin was a cultivator on the same level as him. Du Tian laughed. He was very satisfied with Wang Lin's performance. People of the soul refining sect should be like this. Du Tian said, "I won't waste time. According to the rules, give me half of the celestial jade." The old woman pondered a bit. She looked at Du Tian and her eyes lit up. "Half is fine, but Old Ghost, the Forsaken Immortal Clan is about to launch their second attack. If my demonic insect sect is no match, you have to help once." Du Tian looked at the old woman and said, "That depends on how many celestial jades you have." The old woman bitterly smiled as she took out a bag of holding. She didn't even look at it before throwing it out and saying, "I'll make you satisfied." Du Tian caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. His expression immediately became strange as he looked at the old woman and said, "Was your demonic insect sect really all rats in your previous life? Last time, my teacher took away so much, so why do you still have this? Could it be that you have some method to obtain more celestial jades?" The old woman's expression was the same as usual. She calmly said, "Don't ask about this. Remember our agreement." With that, her body moved and she flew into the distance. The purple-robed elder also took a deep look at Wang Lin. After a brief hesitation, he cupped his fists towards Wang Lin and turned to leave. Just like that, Du Tian took Wang Lin across the entire country of Pilu and collected a large amount of celestial jade. Wang Lin had seen how domineering Du Tian was. With the 1 billion soul flag, he would directly ask for spirit stones. If they didn't give him spirit stones, then he would release his soul and use his remaining 2 years of lifespan to deal with these sections. Perhaps it was because the soul-refining sect's infamy had spread far and wide, but the other two sects were furious. However, the soul-refining sect had always been like this. In the end, they still threw out the immortal jade. Du Tian slapped his bag of holding and smiled at Wang Lin. Did you see that? This is how my soul-refining sect has been doing things for tens of thousands of years. In the future, you have to do the same with the 1 billion soul flag. Don't bring shame to my soul-refining sect. Although the current hymn was still filled with death intent, when Wang Lin looked at him, he could clearly feel a sense of relief in his heart. Du Tian continued, "Back then, there was an ancestor of my soul-refining sect who wanted to reach the ascendant stage. The amount of celestial jades he needed was countless times more than what you have now. In the end, he swept through the entire country of Suzaku and even went to the country of Rosefinch. With the 1 billion soul flag, even ascendant cultivators weren't willing to easily act against him. However, he still managed to obtain a large amount of celestial jade." Wang Lin bitterly smiled. He could imagine that the ascendant cultivator from the country of Rosefinch must have had a headache back then. The reason he gave out celestial jades was because he wanted to give them away as a gift. After all, almost all the people in the soul-refining sect who had the 1 billion soul flag were tyrants of their generation. Wang Lin secretly thought, "I now know why the soul-refining sect went from a rank 5 cultivation country to a sect like this." However, that ancestor failed to reach the ascendant stage and died. In truth, I don't agree with what he did. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best not to provoke an ascendant cultivator. For example, right now, with my 1 billion soul flag, we can go anywhere we want in a rank 5 cultivation country. We can rob any sect we want. Even if we meet a powerful cultivator from the Forsaken Immortal clan, it doesn't matter." Wang Lin bitterly smiled again. Du Tian's tyranny wasn't only limited to the country of Pilu. It could even be said that in Pilu, Du Tian held back a bit. After all, they were all cultivators of the same country, so there was no need for them to become hostile too much. However, once they left Pilu, Wang Lin finally understood how tyrannical Du Tian was. In 3 months of time, Du Tian took Wang Lin to 4 rank 5 cultivation countries. Du Tian was like a swarm of locusts. Even some cultivation families were affected and had to hand over a few pieces of celestial jade. As for those sects, Du Tian didn't waste any time. He immediately released the 1 billion soul flag. Among the soul fragments that covered the sky, there were more than 10 primary souls that were equivalent to soul transformation cultivators. Under such an attack, none of the rank 5 sects could resist. A large amount of celestial jades was gathered by Du Tian and put into his bag of holding. Finally, in the 4th rank 5 cultivation country, Du Tian's constant stealing of celestial jades finally angered 4 soul transformation cultivators. 4 soul transformation cultivators attacked Du Tian. This time, Wang Lin finally understood the power of the 1 billion soul flag. During this battle, Wang Lin didn't even have a chance to attack before the 4 soul transformation cultivators were defeated. If it wasn't for the fact that Du Tian didn't want to kill them, one of them would have become the primary soul of the soul flag. In the last few years of Du Tian's life, he was so arrogant that Wang Lin had to take out a straw hat to hide his appearance. This was to prevent the sects that had their celestial jades stolen from Du Tian from coming after him to become the primary soul of the soul flag. In the 4 rank 5 cultivation countries, there were a total of 8 sects and hundreds of cultivation families in Shursan. Adding in Pilu, there were a total of 16 sections. In these 3 months, Du Tian had stolen a large amount of celestial jades from these sections. On this day, Du Tian stopped. Du Tian seriously said to Wang Lin, "These celestial jades should be enough for you to reach the soul transformation stage. In the future, you will have to steal the celestial jades you need to increase your cultivation level. Remember, in the cultivation world, especially in the soul transformation stage, the only way to obtain celestial jades is to steal. No matter how many disciples go to the celestial realm, they won't be able to find enough." Du Tian was very serious as he spoke to Wang Lin. Wang Lin nodded. He wasn't worried about stealing celestial jades, but he didn't agree with Du Tian's method. If it was him, he wouldn't leave half of the celestial jades for others. If he stole, he would take all of them. Perhaps the process would be difficult, but the amount of celestial jades he would get would be more than double what he had now. With enough celestial jades, Du Tian took Wang Lin to the soul refining sect. There, he was going to protect Wang Lin so that Wang Lin could reach the soul transformation stage in one go. Du Tian sighed and said, "Suzaku is too small. When I was young, I went to planet Tianyun once. That place is 10 times larger than Suzaku and has a lot of sections. If it wasn't for the fact that I wasn't strong enough, it would be very satisfying to go and steal." Rumor has it that in the Cultivation Alliance, there are many rank 6 and above cultivation countries that send cultivators to other cultivation planets to steal celestial jade. Planet Tianyun. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Du Tian said, "Planet Tianyun's cultivation level is unfathomable. Rumor has it that he has a seat in the Cultivation Alliance. He is not someone that the little rosefinch can compare to." Wang Lin pondered a bit. Just as he was about to ask more, Du Tian's expression suddenly changed, and he looked into the distance. Wang Lin's divine sense moved and he looked over. He saw a black fog that looked like it was going to devour the heavens and earth. This black fog covered a very large area. It was impossible to see where it ended. A vast power of runes began to spread out. Forsaken Immortal Clan. Du Tian's eyes lit up. During this period of time, Wang Lin found out from his conversation with Du Tian that the Forsaken Immortal Clan had reappeared on Suzaku several years ago. They formed a large army and directly attacked the continent of Rosefinch. During that war, countless cultivators died. Among the Forsaken Immortal Clan, there were shamans that were equivalent to ascendant cultivators. These shamans battled against the son of Rosefinch and the other 2 ascendant cultivators. This battle lasted for 3 years. After 3 years, the Forsaken Immortal Clan didn't continue and retreated. They began to devour rank 3 cultivation countries and began to fight against the country of Rosefinch. During this battle, 2 people from the country of Rosefinch stood out. They were Lu Mei and Qianfeng. Lu Mei, with her peerless beauty, caught the attention of the new generation of male cultivators on Suzaku. This was especially true because she had already reached the mid-stage of soul transformation, which made her even more eye-catching. Almost as soon as she appeared, she completely suppressed Red Butterfly's fame from back then and became the proud daughter of the heavens. It seemed like no one paid attention to Red Butterfly anymore. What people talked about the most was her identity. She was the direct disciple of the son of Rosefinch and one of the future candidates to become the son of Rosefinch. The moment she appeared, she captured several 7-leaf shamans. She even captured an 8-leaf shaman that was equivalent to a late-stage soul transformation shaman. As a result, her momentum was like a rainbow. Another thing that caught people's attention was that rumor had it that Lu Mei was very kind. She relied on her pure heart to reach her current cultivation level. She had never killed a single person in her life. Even the Forsaken Immortal Clan only captured people and didn't kill them. With so many bright spots gathered, she naturally caught everyone's attention. Every time she appeared, the nearby cultivators would immediately become respectful and follow her orders. Some battles that were about to be lost were suddenly turned around by her appearance. With her help, the cultivators on Suzaku were able to turn defeat into victory. This woman was considered one of the two geniuses of this generation. The other genius was Qian Feng. He was handsome and dignified, and his cultivation was also at the mid-stage of soul transformation. There was no arrogance on him at all, only gentleness and elegance. He was righteous, and his actions were very righteous. This person suddenly appeared during the second year of the Forsaken Immortal Clan's attack. Chapter 4:18. The moment he appeared, he went deep into the Forsaken Immortal Clan and killed several powerful cultivators of the Forsaken Immortal Clan. His battle with the junior master of the Forsaken Immortal Clan shook the entire Suzaku. The battle between the two of them was known as the ultimate battle between the successors of the Forsaken Immortal Clan and Suzaku. Although Qian Feng's battle with the junior master was a draw and didn't win, his fame soared. Only now did people notice his identity. He was Liu Mei's senior apprentice brother and ranked second among the disciples of Rosefinch's son. In addition to this, Qian Feng had another identity that caught the attention of the people of Suzaku. This person was the descendant of the previous generation's Rosefinch's son. During the battle with the Forsaken Immortal Clan, Qian Feng's name spread across the world like a bright moon. In the end, he represented Rosefinch's son and signed an agreement with the junior master of the Forsaken Immortal Clan. Rosefinch would give up the rank 3 cultivation country, and the Forsaken Immortal Clan would stop their attack. Du Tian's eyes lit up as he stared at the black fog in the distance and said, "The Forsaken Immortal Clan has begun their second attack. Sengniu, I can feel that there is a shaman equivalent to a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator inside the black fog. As for whether or not there is an ascendant cultivator, I can't tell. Take out the 1 billion soul flag and we'll charge over." Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he looked at the black fog in the distance. His right hand reached out and the 1 billion soul flag appeared. He waved it and the flag turned into a black curtain that surrounded Wang Lin's body. Du Tian also took out the 1 billion soul flag. He waved it and wrapped it around his body. The two of them turned into 2 black meteors and charged toward the Forsaken Immortal Clan's black cloud, while accompanied by the screams of countless ghosts. Roars came from the Forsaken Immortal Clan, and a large amount of Forsaken Immortal Clan members appeared inside the black fog. At this moment, Du Tian and Wang Lin charged directly toward the black fog. Just as the Forsaken Immortal Clan members were about to attack, a shout came from the depths of the black cloud. The Forsaken Immortal Clan members quickly scattered to make a path. A middle-aged man who didn't have any runes on his body walked out from the black fog. His eyes were like lightning, and there was a hunchbacked old man beside him. This old man had a gloomy expression and would occasionally cough a few times. Wang Lin immediately recognized that this old man was the one who chased him into the spatial rift back in the immortal graveyard. In the end, Wang Lin got rid of him and got lost in the spatial rift. The enmity between the two of them was huge in the old man's heart. If he recognized Wang Lin, he would definitely fight to the death. However, Wang Lin was wearing a straw hat and his entire body was wrapped in the soul cloth, so this person couldn't recognize him. "Soul refining sect," the middle-aged man said softly, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. He took a step forward and stood in front of Du Tian and Wang Lin. "You two from the soul refining sect, stay behind." The middle-aged man smiled and slapped the air with his right hand. Boom! There was a loud bang as this person gently waved his hand. An invisible force appeared and surrounded Du Tian and Wang Lin like a prison. Wang Lin's expression changed slightly. Under Shi Fang's invisible force, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. "Nine-leaf shaman." Du Tian's voice came from the soul flag. The soul flag around Du Tian moved and a large amount of soul fragments flew out. Shi San's golden-purple soul fragment was like a god that had descended from the heavens. Du Tian roared, "Charge!" The soul fragments suddenly became crazy and charged in all directions. The more than 10 golden purple soul fragments were especially sharp. Any forsaken immortal clan member below the soul transformation stage would die if they touched them. The middle-aged man slightly frowned. He had only reached the 9-leaf stage about 1,000 years ago, which was equivalent to an early-stage ascendant cultivator. He hadn't seen the power of the 1 billion soul flag, but he had read about it in some records. During the war tens of thousands of years ago, the flag was extremely powerful and was known as one of the most feared treasures of the forsaken immortal clan. Now that he saw it, his expression became gloomy. He waved his right hand and the black fog quickly scattered. Even the forsaken immortal clan members backed up, creating an empty space. Du Tian let out a laugh and charged out with Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, they left the black fog and flew off into the distance. Mu Yi, take the clan members and continue forward to meet up with the junior master. I'm going to experience the power of the 1 billion soul flag. The middle-aged man ordered as he took a step forward and chased after Du Tian. The hunchbacked old man quickly nodded as he led the clan members into the black fog and continued forward. As Du Tian flew forward, he suddenly stopped and sneered. The 9-leaf shaman of the forsaken immortal clan is chasing after us. Xing Niu, watch carefully and see why an ascendant cultivator is so afraid of the 1 billion soul flag. As Du Tian spoke, he turned around and looked at the forsaken immortal clan. A ray of light closed in on them in the blink of an eye. It was the middle-aged man. Du Tian didn't waste any time. His hand formed a seal. He bit the tip of his tongue, spat out blood, and shouted, 500 million soul fragments, primary soul San, appear. Suddenly, the heavens and earth darkened. The entire sky seemed to be covered by a black curtain, and the entire earth seemed to have turned into hell in an instant. Boundless, endless, vengeful souls howled, their mournful cries reverberating out. One by one, the soul fragments flew out from the soul flag and filled the sky. San's golden purple soul fragment stood among them and stared at the middle-aged man. Watch carefully. This is the true use of the 1 billion soul flag. Soul formation, San. As Du Tian shouted, the soul flag around Bao Xiang turned back into the 30-foot-long soul flag, and he waved it forward. Immediately, the 500 million souls that filled the world immediately floated around according to some kind of pattern. With the 13 primary souls as the center, they formed a huge formation. Even with Wang Lin's understanding of restrictions, he could only see the mysteries of this formation and couldn't comprehend it in detail. Du Tian shouted, soul refining, and his right hand reached out. Immediately, the rune formed by the souls trembled, and all the souls let out a sound at the same time. That sound seemed to be some sort of incantation. In an instant, a black aura came out from the soul fragments and condensed into a giant hand. This hand moved the same way as Du Tian, as if it was his avatar. As Du Tian reached out, a white shadow appeared on the middle-aged man's body. This was the middle-aged man's soul fragment. The giant hand suddenly descended. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He didn't use any treasure, but he raised his right hand and said, "Stop." With a bang, the giant hand stopped and became motionless. The middle-aged man reached out and 5 auras, green, red, purple, white, and blue, condensed in his hand. Cauldron! The man lightly spat out, and the 5 strands of aura immediately spread out in all directions with him as the center. They suddenly turned into 5 huge copper cauldrons that landed in all directions. Refine, the middle-aged man softly said. The 5 copper cauldrons trembled and strange runes appeared on them. These runes appeared and rotated around the copper cauldrons. The 5 copper cauldrons were all like this. They formed 5 giant vortexes that rotated inside the formation. An ancient aura suddenly enveloped the entire formation. Some of the souls were involuntarily sucked into the whirlpool, where they were torn apart and dissipated into thin air. Du Tian's expression was calm as he sneered, "You're worthy of being a nine-leaf shaman. You have some skills. Sure San's soul, gather." At this moment, the formation formed by the soul fragments rotated again. This time, the 500 million soul fragments flew toward Sure San's primary soul. In the blink of an eye, Sure San's primary soul became solid. The 500 million soul fragments condensed into Sure San's primary soul. Sure San's primary soul's strength increased by a lot. Almost every one of them was equal to a late-stage soul transformation cultivator. There was even celestial spiritual energy inside their bodies. This time, the middle-aged man's expression finally changed. Du Tian's eyes were cold as he said, "It's not over yet. Sure San's soul, fuse." As soon as the words left his mouth, the 13 soul fragments began to move. Numerous afterimages appeared around them. After the afterimages disappeared, the 13 soul fragments gathered together to form a single soul fragment. The 500 million soul fragments and Sure San's primary soul had fused into one. The moment this soul appeared, the sky changed colors. Ascendant. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. That's right, this was a soul formed by a large amount of soul fragments. Its cultivation level had reached the ascendant stage, but it wasn't the real ascendant stage. It was formed by the will of Sure San's primary soul. The primary souls of the soul refining sect were all formed by soul transformation cultivators. The only regret of all soul transformation cultivators was that they couldn't reach the ascendant stage when they were alive. After they died, their will continued to grow inside the soul flag and became stronger. In the end, the will and soul fragments gathered together to form a power equal to that of an ascendant cultivator. This wasn't the full power of the 1 billion soul flag. It was only a part of it. After all, if it was only this much, it could fight against early-stage ascendant cultivators, but it was still not enough against late-stage ascendant cultivators like Rosefinch's son. What really made Rosefinch's son dread was the full power of the 1 billion soul flag, especially the fourth primary soul. This soul wouldn't easily appear, and it was the one that made Rosefinch's son dread the most. Du Tian stared at the middle-aged man and coldly said, "Scram? The old man won't kill you today. My soul-refining sect won't participate in the battle between your forsaken immortal clan and Rosefinch." The middle-aged man's expression was extremely gloomy and the anger in his heart slowly rose. With his strength, if Du Tian didn't have the 1 billion soul flag, he could have easily killed him. He stared at Du Tian and pondered a bit before saying, "Just this isn't enough to threaten me. Could it be that the 1 billion soul flag only has this much power?" Du Tian laughed. His eyes were like lightning as he said, 10 primary souls appear." He waved the soul flag in his hand and 10 more soul transformation primary souls appeared and silently floated around the flag. This time the middle-aged man bitterly smiled. At this moment, he finally understood why the Forsaken Immortal clan was so afraid of the 1 billion soul flag. Since the soul refining sect won't participate in the battle between us and Rosefinch, I promise on behalf of the Forsaken Immortal clan that we won't take half a step into the soul refining sect," the middle-aged man said in a serious tone. With that, he clasped his hands at Du Tian and carefully left. Du Tian waved the soul flag and recalled all the soul fragments. Then he quickly left with Wang Lin. 1 billion soul flag. When Wang Lin saw Du Tian commit suicide, his eyes were filled with passion. With this flag in hand, he could go anywhere in the world. "Everyone, don't worry. Tomorrow you will reach the soul transformation stage. What happens next will be very exciting. Situ Nan will awaken, the second battle between the Forsaken Immortal clan and Rosefinch will begin, Lu Mei, Qianfeng, and the others will appear one by one. The hidden Forsaken Immortal clan members will come out one by one and a fierce battle will begin. What will Wang Lin obtain in this battle? Chapter 419. This is the power of my soul refining sex 1 billion soul flag. What do you think? There was a hint of pride in Du Tian's voice as he flew. Wang Lin said, very strong. Du Tian laughed and said, there is no exact way to use the 1 billion soul flag. For example, the 6th generation ancestor was good at formations, so the flag existed as a formation in his hands. Another example is the 10th generation ancestor. His domain was devouring, so he used the restriction flag to devour souls to strengthen himself against enemies. However, the reason the 1 billion soul flag has the word noble in it is because it has an eternal power, which is fusion. The ascendant soul you saw earlier was created by fusion. Although it can't maintain the power of an ascendant cultivator for a long time, it can fight against an ascendant cultivator for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. However, these aren't the most powerful abilities of the 1 billion soul flag. The one thing that can really threaten late-stage ascendant cultivators is the 4th primary soul. In the past tens of thousands of years, the 4th primary soul has only appeared once. That time, the last early-stage ascendant ancestor of my soul-refining sect teamed up with the 2nd generation son of Rosefinch to fight against the late-stage ascendant cultivators from the 4 outer cultivation planets in Suzaku. As Du Tian flew toward the country of Pilu on the continent of Rosefinch, he introduced the 1 billion soul flag to Wang Lin. In truth, although stealing celestial jades was his goal, Du Tian wanted Wang Lin to learn more about the 1 billion soul flag so he could take control of it in 2 years. Du Tian was very generous when it came to Wang Lin. He treated him like he was a direct disciple. These secrets about the 1 billion soul flag were usually only talked about between master and disciple of the soul refining sect. Although Wang Lin and Du Tian weren't master and disciple in name, they were now master and disciple in reality. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he said, teamed up with the 2nd generation son of Rosefinch? Du Tian nodded and said, there is no anchor. After defeating the Forsaken Immortal clan, the 1st son of Rosefinch sacrificed himself and sealed the Forsaken Immortal clan with the help of several ascendant cultivators. They then named one of them as the 2nd son of Rosefinch. This person was very talented and his philosophy was very different from the other children of Rosefinch. He didn't suppress rank 5 cultivation countries. Although he had only been in charge of Suzaku for a very short time, his cultivation level was the highest among all the children of Rosefinch. Rumor had it that he was half a step into the ascendant stage and was only half a step away from the next stage. This person fully deserves to be the number 1 expert in the history of my Suzaku. Hearing this, Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat. He thought of Situ Nan. Situ Nan often said that he was the strongest cultivator in Suzaku. What is this person's name? Du Tian shook his head and said, after so many years, how could anyone remember his name? They only know that he is the 2nd generation son of Rosefinch. Perhaps the current generation son of Rosefinch will know. Wang Lin continued to ask, what happened to this person? Du Tian let out a sigh and said, his whereabouts are unknown. Du Tian sighed and said, rumor has it that the ancestor of my soul refining sect and the 2nd generation son of Rosefinch battled the foreign cultivators. The intensity of the battle was no less than the battle with the Forsaken Immortal clan's ancestor. In the end, my soul refining sect's ancestor was no match. After all, he was only at the early stage of ascendant. He used the 4th soul to save his life and kill a foreign cultivator. However, the 4th soul was seriously injured and fell into a deep sleep. According to logic, it should have recovered by now. Although we won the battle, the 2nd generation son of Rosefinch was being hunted down by the foreign cultivators and has not been heard from since. Wang Lin's heart trembled. He remembered that Situ Nan had said that he battled against a few foreign cultivators. In the end, those people destroyed his body and sent his nascent soul into the heaven-defying bead to save his life. Situ Nan's hatred for those people could only be described as monstrous. According to Du Tian, what happened to the second-generation son of Rosefinch was very similar to what happened to Situ Nan. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes lit up. He had a grudge with the current son of Rosefinch. If Situ Nan was really the second-generation son of Rosefinch, would he help the current Rosefinch after he awakened? Du Tian looked at Wang Lin and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Wang Lin pondered a bit and said, "The Forsaken Immortal Clan and the Suzaku Formation. If the second-generation son of Rosefinch isn't dead, would he appear to help the current Rosefinch?" Du Tian laughed and shook his head. "Let's not talk about whether or not the second-generation son of Rosefinch is still alive. Even if he is, he wouldn't help the current Rosefinch. The two of them don't know each other, but rumor has it that the second-generation son of Rosefinch is arrogant. If it wasn't for the fact that the first-generation son of Rosefinch helped him, he would have already left Suzaku to travel to other planets to increase his cultivation." Wang Lin nodded. His eyes lit up and he asked, "How many generations does the Rosefinch have?" Du Tian snorted and said, "This Rosefinch is the 14th generation." Du Tian let out a snort and said, "They are also the generation I dislike the most." Wang Lin pondered a bit and suddenly asked, "Senior, what is the Forsaken Immortal Clan's ancestral spirit you mentioned?" Du Tian shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I only read about it in the sex records. During the war against the Forsaken Immortal Clan, the ancestral spirit appeared. It was this ancestral spirit that caused a large amount of our ascendant cultivators to die. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. We are almost at the Rosefinch continent. We need to quickly return to the soul refining sect so you can reach the soul transformation stage." With that, Du Tian and Wang Lin suddenly sped up and flew off into the distance. During the past few months, Du Tian had taken Wang Lin very far and had traveled almost half of Suzaku. Looking from afar, the Rosefinch continent was already in sight. Du Tian casually said, "That's right, I remember that among the 4 foreign cultivators, there was a name left behind by the ancestor. That person said he came from planet 5 elements and his name was Na Duo. That should be it. Once we return, I'll show you those jade. Na Duo." Wang Lin's body trembled. "What's wrong?" Du Tian turned around and looked at Wang Lin with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Wang Lin took a deep breath and said, "I've seen this Na Duo before." Du Tian was startled. His eyes lit up and he said, "You've seen this Na Duo before? You've seen Na Duo?" Wang Lin told Du Tian about Na Duo. Du Tian pondered a bit and said, "Interesting. An old monster that has lived for tens of thousands of years must have broken through the ascendant stage and touched the edge of the next realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to survive until now." The two of them quickly flew toward the Rosefinch continent. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the northern edge of the Rosefinch continent. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly narrowed. Du Tian noticed it before him, grabbed Wang Lin, and quickly retreated. A green light suddenly appeared at the edge of the Rosefinch continent. This light was so big that it covered the entire Rosefinch continent. Rosefinch Formation. Du Tian's expression was ugly. The Rosefinch Formation was the most powerful formation on Suzaku. This formation could be big or small, and when fully activated, it could cover the entire Suzaku continent to defend against the foreign cultivators and beasts. When it was small, it could protect one person and was very powerful. It looks like the country of Rosefinch is very determined to fight against the Forsaken Immortal Clan. Every time the Rosefinch Formation is activated, it requires an unimaginable amount of spirit stones and a large amount of celestial jades to activate its power. It's comparable to a late-stage ascendant cultivator. Du Tian's eyes lit up and he pointed forward with his right hand. A ray of black gas came out of his finger and landed on the green barrier. The moment the black light closed in, the green screen immediately swayed. Soon after, an illusory fist formed by the green light abruptly appeared and landed on the black light. Bang! After a loud bang, the black gas disappeared and the fist returned to the green light screen. Du Tian sneered and said, "There is still giant demon clan blood inside, allowing the Rosefinch formation to contain the giant demon clan's spell. Last time you went to the giant demon clan, you shouldn't have left any loose ends. If the old man had gone himself, he would have slaughtered the entire giant demon clan to save himself some trouble in the future. After you left and the forsaken immortal clan reappeared, Rosefinch's son's second disciple, Qianfeng, personally went to the giant demon clan. He unsealed all the giant demon clan members and moved them to the country of Rosefinch. At that time I was wondering why the country of Rosefinch was so kind. It turns out that they were interested in the giant demon clan's spell. With a large amount of giant demon clan blood, the Rosefinch formation contains a certain amount of the giant demon clan's spell." Wang Lin silently pondered. With Qi Hu here, there was no way he could do this. Du Tian's eyes became cold as he charged at the Rosefinch formation and shouted, "The Rosefinch formation surrounds the entire continent, and every 5,000 kilometers must have a person as the eye of the formation. Get the hell out of here for the old man, otherwise, before the forsaken immortal clan arrives, the old man will open a gap in the Rosefinch formation. The old man's patience is limited, so I'll only give you 3 breaths of time." 2 breaths later, a figure appeared in the green screen. This person had long hair that danced in the wind and was dressed in white. He was extremely handsome, but there was a strange demonic aura around him. His entire person seemed to possess a strange charm. This person faintly smiled and calmly said, "Senior, please calm down. Let Junior come out. Junior will obey your orders." Du Tian coldly said, "Open! As you command." The evil-looking man raised his right hand and pointed at the green light screen. A gap suddenly appeared and Du Tian let out a snort as he entered the Rosefinch continent. Wang Lin quickly followed. However, just at this moment, the evil-looking man's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and the green light screen closed. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he was blocked outside. "Junior, you're courting death." Du Tian's eyes were cold as he looked at the evil-looking man. The evil-looking man didn't show any fear and gently smiled. "Senior, please calm down. Junior has no ill intentions. I just want to spar with fellow cultivator Tsing Nyo, who is famous across Suzaku. Tsing Nyo, do you dare to spar with me?" The evil-looking man looked at Wang Lin outside the green light screen. "Who are you?" Wang Lin slightly frowned. The evil-looking man faintly smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator Tsing Nyo, although this is the first time we've met, I've been friends with you for a long time. My concubine, Red Butterfly, has always been thinking about you." "Qian Feng." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. "Today is the 3rd hour, I want monthly votes. Fellow cultivators, it's time to vote, I want monthly votes." Chapter 420. The evil-looking man gently nodded and said, "I didn't think Brother Tsing would know my name. It must be my naughty junior sister who said a lot of bad things about me in front of you." Du Tian's tone was cold as he said, "Enough. Qian Feng, open the Rosefinch formation. I don't have time to waste with you here, or else you can stay here today." "Senior, I have no ill intentions. Could it be that the successor you're looking for doesn't even have the courage to fight me?" "Senior can rest assured, I won't kill you. This is just a spar." Qian Feng smiled. Du Tian sneered and raised his right hand. Just as he was about to use a spell, Wang Lin suddenly said, "Fine, I'll fight you." Qian Feng's eyes lit up and he let out a laugh. He walked out from the green barrier and stood 10 feet away from Wang Lin. He smiled and said, "Good, Brother Tseng is indeed worthy of killing Li Yuanfeng and the giant demon clan ancestor." Wang Lin didn't waste time with this person. The moment he walked out from the green barrier, he slapped his bag of holding and the celestial sword appeared in his hand. Celestial spiritual energy fused with his body, and he slashed down, interrupting the other party's words. Although this was the first time he had met Qianfeng, he didn't have a good impression of him. He immediately used 120% of his strength. This slash was clean and as fast as lightning. Qianfeng's eyes became cold. He didn't use any treasures, but his right hand pointed at the void. Boom! A loud sound echoed across the sky. Wang Lin's slash contained celestial spiritual energy, so its power was several times greater than normal. He also had a sneak attack, so the amount of celestial spiritual energy he could use was the limit of what he could use right now. The power of this slash was shocking. Qianfeng quickly retreated until he was more than 100 feet away. His body was no longer as elegant as before. His eyes became cold as he stared at the celestial sword in Wang Lin's hand and said, word for word, "Celestial treasure." His right index finger trembled and blood came out from the tip of his finger. He couldn't feel his entire right arm. Qianfeng didn't expect Wang Lin to use his full power right from the start. After forcing Qianfeng back, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a ray of black light. His right hand reached out and the 1,000,000,000 soul flag appeared. He waved his hand and all the soul fragments flew out. Wang Lin knew that he couldn't beat Qianfeng with his own strength. After all, Qianfeng was at the mid-stage of soul transformation. Therefore, he could only make the first move and catch this person off guard. As soon as the 100,000,000 souls appeared, Wang Lin's eyes flashed and he spat out, "Fan." Among the 100,000,000 souls, there were 12 primary souls. These 12 primary souls let out ferocious smiles and charged toward Qianfeng. From the moment Qianfeng walked out to the moment he was surrounded by hundreds of millions of soul fragments. All of this happened in a short period of time. It was so fast that Qianfeng was caught off guard. After all, he still didn't understand Wang Lin and looked down on him. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he wouldn't have given Wang Lin the chance to use the soul flag. In his eyes, Wang Lin was simply too despicable. It has to be said that with his status, he should have said a few words before they started fighting. However, Wang Lin had interrupted him and attacked him the moment he appeared. This was no different from a sneak attack. Even when he fought against the Forsaken Immortal Clan's junior master, he wasn't in such a sorry state. This scene made Du Tian very happy and he began to laugh. He thought that this Tsing Niu had indeed grasped the essence of the soul refining sect. When he doesn't attack, he always takes the initiative. At this moment, Qianfeng was surrounded by the 100,000,000 soul flags. The soul fragments whistled through the air, bringing with them a powerful impact. The 12 primary souls were a great threat to him. The gentleness on Qianfeng's face was replaced with a hint of hostility. He slapped his bag of holding and a red all appeared in his hand. Rosefinch's all. Du Tian frowned and thought that Rosefinch's son really doted on Qianfeng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given such a treasure to Qianfeng. Du Tian sent a message to Tsing Niu. "Tsing Niu, this is Rosefinch's son's treasure. It is a pseudo-celestial treasure and is very powerful." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He was a decisive person, so his eyes became cold and he said, "Explode." With one word, the hundreds of millions of soul fragments exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the hundreds of millions of soul fragments exploding caused Qianfeng's expression to change greatly. Without a word, he put away the awl, sat down in the lotus position, and formed a seal with his hand. The rosefinch formation that covered the entire rosefinch continent suddenly disappeared from the rosefinch continent and reappeared on Qianfeng's body. At this moment, Qian Feng's body was like a ray of green light as he rose from the ground and created a giant vortex that swept across the surroundings. The impact of the hundreds of millions of soul fragments exploding caused the green light to shake violently. Qian Feng's body trembled and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he put away the 12 primary souls. At this moment, the formation on the Rosefinch continent disappeared. He calmly walked into the Rosefinch continent and stood next to Du Tian. After putting away the 12 primary souls, Wang Lin's 1 billion soul flag turned into a ray of black light and flew out of Wang Lin's origin soul. It entered Du Tian's body and fused with the real 1 billion soul flag. The power of Wang Lin's sub-soul flag had been used up twice. Du Tian raised his right hand and his eyes lit up. He then lowered his hand. Right now, he couldn't kill Qian Feng. With the Rosefinch formation protecting him, unless he used the 4th soul, he wouldn't be able to break through the Rosefinch formation. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, as if he hadn't participated in the battle just now. After the 3 calamities, the green light around Qian Feng dissipated and he walked out with a gloomy expression. He stared at Wang Lin with a hint of anger and shame in his eyes, but he quickly withdrew that anger. After taking a deep breath, his expression returned to normal and he forced out a smile. Brother Tsing, good move. I've learned a lot. Well said, Wang Lin said calmly. His gaze paused for a moment before he let out a sigh and flew toward the soul refining sect. Du Tian let out a mischievous smile. After looking at Qian Feng, he casually looked at the nearby forest and caught up to Wang Lin. The two of them disappeared into the horizon. The anger in Qian Feng's eyes rose once more. He stared at the direction where Wang Lin disappeared, clenched his fists and shouted, "Red butterfly, come out!" A person walked out from the forest at the side. This person was dressed in red and had a beautiful appearance. However, her eyes were filled with blankness and sluggishness, as if she was a soulless puppet. When Red Butterfly arrived beside Qian Feng suddenly turned his head and pointed at Red Butterfly's forehead. Red Butterfly's body trembled and her face became even more pale. Her life force quickly disappeared. On the other hand, Qian Feng's face became redder and redder. The injuries caused by the explosion of his soul quickly recovered and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. He withdrew his finger and looked at the wound left by Wang Lin's flying sword. There was still a trace of blood flowing out. Clean it. Qian Feng placed his finger next to Red Butterfly's mouth. Red Butterfly opened her small mouth and placed Qian Feng's finger in her mouth. She gently licked it. Qian Feng didn't even look at Red Butterfly and continued to stare at the direction where Wang Lin disappeared. He muttered to himself, "Wang Lin, you dare to hurt me? You're dead. Master is getting old and is a bit muddle-headed. How could he let junior apprentice sister take your Dao heart? Your domain is mine, and junior apprentice sister's domain is mine. No one can change this. Humph, even if it's master's domain, I'll devour it if I can. Xing Niu's soul flag is too powerful. That old bastard Du Tian is also muddle-headed. He didn't give it to the kingdom of Rosefinch, and instead gave it to Xing Niu. However, Master has already taken a liking to this soul flag and has made up his mind to get it. I want to see how long you can hold on to it." Wang Lin and Du Tian quickly returned to the soul refining sect. The soul refining sect was no different from when they left a few months ago. After returning to the soul refining sect, Du Tian didn't rest and directly brought Wang Lin to the forbidden area in the back mountains. There, Du Tian gave Wang Lin a bag of holding. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "Don't worry, go into closed-door cultivation and try to reach the soul transformation stage as soon as possible. With the old man protecting you, as long as I'm alive, I won't let anyone disturb you." Wang Lin looked at Du Tian. After a while, he softly said, "Thank you." Du Tian laughed and waved his hand. "No need to thank me. Just remember what you promised me." Wang Lin took a deep breath and seriously said, "Senior, don't worry." Du Tian nodded and disappeared from the cave. When he reappeared, he was outside the cave. He sat down cross-legged and spread out his divine sense to guard the cave. In front of him, the 1 billion soul flag floated up. This Tsing Nyo is quite daring to make 100 million souls self-detonate. Fortunately, it's just a fragment of the banner, and all of them were created from the main banner. Although the 100 million souls self-detonated, they didn't die in the main banner. They were just weakened. Otherwise, this old man will be heartbroken if I spoil myself. Du Tian looked at the flag with a nostalgic look in his eyes. He didn't look like he was looking at a treasure, but like he was looking at an elder. Du Tian revealed a hint of sadness and softly said, "Ancestors of the soul refining sect, Junior Du Tian's lifespan is about to end. I'm going to see you." His right hand pointed at the 1 billion soul flag, and a soul transformation primary soul flew out. This primary soul had a kind expression and gave off the aura of a celestial. Du Tian looked at the primary soul and let out a sigh. "Senior apprentice brother, I don't know if giving the 1 billion soul flag to Tsing Nyo is the right thing to do, but with the Forsaken Immortal clan at war, the soul refining sect will find it hard to survive. Tsing Nyo will definitely leave Suzaku in the future. At that time, I'll ask him to leave a branch of the soul refining sect on another cultivation planet. Perhaps this is the true meaning of your divination." Du Tian's eyes lit up as he looked at the kind primary soul and softly said, "A person only has one life. They don't want to live forever, they just want to die somewhere. My soul refining sect's ancestors all gave up on the reincarnation cycle and willingly wiped away their consciousness to become primary souls. I, Du Tian, will not fall behind them. Senior apprentice brother, wait for me, we will meet soon. There will be one more chapter in a bit, please vote." Chapter 421. Wang Lin was sitting in the lotus position inside the cave, holding the bag of holding Du Tian. After scanning it with his divine sense, his expression became strange. Along the way, although he knew that Du Tian had collected a lot of celestial jades, he had never actually seen them. In the past, when the sects handed over celestial jades, Du Tian would directly take them into his bag of holding. Now that he looked inside, he couldn't help but be shocked. The amount of celestial jades in this little bag of holding is more than 100 times the amount I got from the celestial realm. No wonder the soul refining sect has produced so many soul transformation cultivators in the past tens of thousands of years. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He shook the bag of holding in his hand, and a large amount of celestial jades fell around him. In an instant, the cave was filled with dense celestial spiritual energy. This was only a part of the bag of holding. Wang Lin put away the bag of holding, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the celestial spiritual energy. The celestial spiritual energy was absorbed like crazy into his body and continued to grind down the spiritual energy in his dantian. Wang Lin had done this many times before, so now that he had absorbed celestial spiritual energy, he could easily break through to the soul transformation stage. As a large amount of celestial spiritual energy entered his body, the spirit force inside his dantian became more and more condensed until it formed a fist-sized ball. This ball was similar to a cultivator's golden core, but the difference was like heaven and earth. 3 days later, the celestial jades around Wang Lin's body all turned gray. Cracks appeared on them, and they turned into dust. Wang Lin didn't stop. He slapped his bag of holding again, and a large amount of celestial jades flew out and landed around him. The absorption of celestial spiritual energy didn't stop. It quickly entered Wang Lin's body and flowed through his meridians. It compressed and condensed spiritual energy while transforming Wang Lin's flesh, blood, meridians, and bones. The first step of the soul transformation stage was to completely change the body of a cultivator. They would remove their mortal roots and have a celestial body suitable for using celestial spiritual energy. In fact, before the collapse of the immortal world, when cultivators ascended and entered the immortal world, they didn't need to absorb immortal jade like Wang Lin was doing now. Instead, they would soak in the spirit cleansing pool, and in a few months, they would be able to wash away their mortal roots and possess an immortal body. But now, with the collapse of the celestial realm and the disappearance of the spirit cleansing pool, all cultivators in the soul transformation stage needed large amounts of celestial jades to slowly remove their mortal root. Once the mortal roots are removed, the first step of the soul transformation is complete. As for the second step, it is to solidify the origin soul and turn it from illusory to corporeal. Although it was still unable to replace the physical body, the condensed Yuan spirit was countless times more powerful than before, giving it the ability to protect itself. From a certain point of view, nascent souls were like infants, and nascent divinities were like young infants. As for nascent soul transformation, it was a miraculous transformation. Infants would grow up to become adults, and at the same time, they would have weapons in their hand. Nascent divinities couldn't compare. Situ Nan's nascent soul was huge. This was the sign of a cultivator at the soul transformation stage. Even an ascendant cultivator would have a nascent soul of this size. Only after breaking through the ascendant stage and reaching another level would there be new changes. However, that level was too far away from Wang Lin. Time slowly passed. More than half of the celestial jades in the bag of holding had been absorbed by Wang Lin. There were traces of shattered celestial jades around him. The spiritual energy in his dantian suddenly cracked, and a powerful suction force came from the crack. In the blink of an eye, all of the celestial spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body was sucked into the crack. Even the celestial jades Wang Lin had just taken out collapsed. The celestial spiritual energy rushed into Wang Lin's body like crazy and was sucked into the crack. Gradually, the color of the sphere condensed from spiritual power began to change. At first it was green, but now it was slowly emitting a golden glow. Wang Lin's mind was still clear. He looked at the changes in his body with no emotions. It was as if he was looking at someone else. After a short while, when all the celestial force was absorbed by the crack, the color of the entire ball of spiritual power completely changed, turning completely golden. At this moment, if it was dug out from the body, ordinary people would definitely not be able to see the difference between it and a gold core. Just at this moment, the golden ball suddenly trembled and more cracks appeared on it. Finally, there was a loud bang that echoed inside Wang Lin's body. The golden ball shattered and a large amount of celestial spiritual energy poured out. His origin soul was pushed back 3 feet by this powerful force. When he wanted to return, a powerful force stopped his origin soul from entering. Wang Lin's origin soul floated above his body. When he looked down, he could see everything that was happening inside his body. When the golden ball shattered and the celestial spiritual energy hit his body, all of his meridians were destroyed. His entire body was like an empty shell with only celestial spiritual energy inside. All of the pores on his body opened and strands of celestial spiritual energy came out and surrounded his body. The feeling of celestial spiritual energy immediately appeared. After a short while, the celestial force that came out of the pores entered the body through the mouth, nose, and orifices of the body. It came and went like this, forming a cycle. Wang Lin's body gradually became transparent like crystal. The clothes on his body slowly disappeared, as if they were melting, leaving behind only 2 bags of holding. Celestial spiritual energy slowly condensed into meridians inside his body. These meridians were completely made of celestial spiritual energy, so they were naturally suitable for celestial spiritual energy to circulate. His flesh and blood also changed, and contained a trace of celestial power. At that moment, he looked like an celestial. This transformation process lasted for an unknown amount of time. During this time, Wang Lin's origin soul was still floating above the body. He tried to enter the body countless times, but he was always stopped outside. It was as if the body no longer belonged to him and couldn't be fused with. On this day, his body emitted a strange fragrance. This fragrance was very tempting, as if a spirit had just been unearthed. This fragrance floated out of the cave. Du Tian, who was cultivating outside the cave, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "The first step of the soul transformation stage has condensed his body. Complete. Next is the second step, origin soul condensation." He formed an incantation gesture with both hands and pressed them in all directions. Immediately, a black light flickered and surrounded the cave, forming a sealed area that prevented the fragrance from spreading. After a soul transformation cultivator completes the first step, this fragrance will attract some powerful demonic beasts and malicious spirits to possess the body. However, my soul refining sect is the ancestor of controlling souls. If those malicious spirits don't come, then it's fine. If they do, then they'll be absorbed by the soul scroll. As for those beasts, the old man isn't afraid. The soul refining sect's protective formation can block them. In all of Suzaku, there is no beast that can make the old man retreat. The soul transformation stage was a dangerous stage. For Wang Lin, Du Tian was there to protect him, so he wasn't worried. However, for those rogue cultivators and those from sects that weren't strong enough, it was deadly. During the soul transformation stage, the cultivator's body would be defenseless, especially when the origin soul was forced out of the body. If there were powerful souls, they could take this opportunity to possess or devour the body. Even the beasts were interested in the body of a cultivator that had just reached the soul transformation stage. In their eyes, the body was a heavenly treasure that could increase one's abilities. If the origin soul returned to the body, then the spiritual energy in the body would be useless against the beasts. Inside the cave, Wang Lin's origin soul reached out and the bag of holding on the ground opened. A large amount of celestial jades flew out and celestial spiritual energy appeared. This time, the celestial spiritual energy wasn't absorbed by the body but gathered around the origin soul to nourish it. A very comfortable feeling appeared in Wang Lin's body. He could feel that as the spiritual energy entered his origin soul became larger and more solid. At this moment, Wang Lin knew that once his origin soul became solid, it would become one with his body, and he would successfully reach the soul transformation stage. The process of condensing the origin soul was very long. Outside the cave, Du Tian's eyes lit up. He waved his right hand and a golden-purple primary soul flew out. It grabbed a soul that was covered in black mist and pulled it back into the soul flag. Du Tian muttered, "This is already the 19th soul. They are all soul formation souls, but unfortunately, there are no soul transformation souls. Otherwise, there would be one more primary soul in the soul flag." Just at this moment, a golden-purple light came from the distance. The protective formation didn't stop this light at all, so it went through it and headed straight for the cave. Du Tian's eyes lit up and he laughed. The protective formation was already controlled by him, so it didn't stop souls from entering. That was why this soul could smoothly enter. Good! Du Tian's eyes shined brightly and he stood up from the ground. His right hand reached out toward the golden-purple soul fragment. In a flash, the golden-purple soul disappeared. It dodged Du Tian's hand and charged toward the cave. Seeing that the soul was about to enter the cave, Du Tian's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and arrived before the soul in the blink of an eye. He smiled and said, "Unfortunately, you haven't reached the soul transformation stage and are only at the edge. You won't be able to escape." With that, his right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. A giant vortex appeared before him. "Soul vortex!" Du Tian shouted. The soul let out a shrill cry and quickly retreated, but Du Tian was one step faster and shouted, "Stop!" He shouted, "Come!" A powerful suction force came from the vortex, and the golden-purple soul was involuntarily pulled toward the vortex. A smile appeared on Du Tian's face, but just at this moment, a loud bang came from the soul-refining sect's protective formation. The entire formation shattered into pieces and collapsed. The deafening sound shook heaven and earth, filling the entire soul-refining sect. Even the 3 mountain peaks in the sect began to tremble, and countless rocks began to fall down. Cracking sounds could be heard as fissures spread out across the surface of the mountain, causing the disciples inside to look on in astonishment. In the sky, a fiery red figure wearing a red robe appeared. This figure emitted an unimaginable aura. It was unbelievably powerful. At this moment, the sky lost its color and only this figure existed. Rosefinch's son. Du Tian's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't have time to play with this soul. He waved his hand and the 1,000,000,000 soul flag appeared in his hand. He shook it and put the soul away. The third watch is over. Let's see if we can get into the top 20. Chapter 422. Du Tian. Rosefinch's son was wearing a fiery red robe and his hair was moving without any wind. Although he looked a bit old, his eyes were like torches and he gave off a sense of majesty. This person casually stood there, but the entire world seemed to lose its color. All the light shined on this person's red robe, making him look down on Suzaku. They couldn't feel any spiritual energy from his body, and they couldn't even feel celestial spiritual energy. However, even early-stage ascendant cultivators would be defeated by this person. Even mid-stage ascendant old monsters would involuntarily retreat. He was the only late-stage ascendant cultivator on Suzaku. He was the true master of Suzaku. Back then, my country of Rosefinch had an agreement with your soul-refining sect. When the country of Rosefinch was in danger, your soul-refining sect had to lend out the 1,000,000,000 soul flag. Today, the old man is here to borrow the flag. Du Tian, hand it over. Rosefinch's son slowly said. Bullshit. Du Tian took a deep breath as he clenched the 1,000,000,000 soul flag. He stared at Rosefinch's son and shouted, "How come I've never heard of an agreement between my soul-refining sect and your country of Rosefinch? Old thief Rosefinch, if you want the spear, just come and take it. There's no need to put on such a disgusting act." Rosefinch's son looked at Du Tian, slightly shook his head, and sighed. "This is an agreement between the first-generation Rosefinch and your soul-refining sect. You don't know about it, but the old man knows about it from ancient records. Today, the old man isn't here to steal it, he is here to borrow it." With that, his hand reached out, causing the sky to change colors. Rays of red light gathered from all directions, forming a giant red hand that pressed down toward Du Tian. "Old thief!" Du Tian let out a roar as he waved the 1,000,000,000 soul flag. The 1,000,000,000 soul flag was released by Du Tian without any hesitation. In addition, aside from the fourth soul, the other 35 primary souls also charged out. Everything within a 50-kilometer radius was covered by the black soul fragment. Waves of roars and screams came from within the black soul fragments. The voices of 1,000,000,000 men, women, old and young were gathered together. It was several times more powerful than any sound wave artifact. As the rumbling continued, the ground within a radius of 50 kilometers immediately cracked, and several mountain ranges instantly collapsed. Aside from the fourth soul, the 35 primary souls had ferocious expressions. They charged up and tore apart the red hand formed by Rosefinch's son. Then they scattered and fiercely stared at Du Tian's son. Du Tian, since you're so stubborn, the old man can only teach you a lesson on behalf of your soul-refining sect's ancestors. The 1,000,000,000 soul flag, the old man said I'll lend it to you, so I'll lend it to you. Zhukezhi looked at the surrounding 1 billion soul fragment. His eyes narrowed slightly and he calmly said, "You're too weak. Lend it? How long do you want to borrow it for?" Du Tian laughed. Rosefinch's son's expression was calm as he said, "Lend it to my Rosefinch kingdom for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, I'll naturally return it to you." Old thief Rosefinch, my soul-refining sect has a saying, "As long as the flag exists, the person exists. If you want to borrow it, you can attack." Du Tian's eyes became cold as his hand formed a seal and pointed forward. Condense. Suddenly, the 1 billion soul went crazy and condensed into the 35 primary souls. Shortly after, the 35 primary souls fused with each other. Rosefinch's eyes lit up. He couldn't allow this kind of fusion to continue. His right hand reached out and a red feather appeared in his hand. He held the feather and threw it forward. The feather began to burn and let out a ghostly light. Rosefinch, sacred flame. An ancient voice came from Rosefinch's son. Suddenly, the burning feather trembled and collapsed with a bang. An extremely ferocious flame spread out with the feather as the center. In the blink of an eye, it covered the surrounding 50 kilometers. Everything within 100 kilometers was surrounded by this flame. The power of this flame was unimaginable. The 3 mountains of the soul-refining sect were melted, leaving behind a black, viscous liquid. However, the moment the liquid appeared, it immediately vaporized. Even the cave where Wang Lin was in closed-door cultivation disappeared along with Wang Lin. At this moment, the entire soul-refining sect disappeared from Suzaku. Everything disappeared, including the hundreds of disciples inside. Not a single one of them survived. Even the 3 soul formation cultivators who were hiding in the golden cloud were killed. The 35 primary souls that were about to fuse with each other were also surrounded by the flame. They emitted black smoke and revealed painful expressions. Rosefinch, sacred flame. Du Tian's expression was extremely ugly. 3 ancient jade slips were flying around him, emitting waves of gentle light that blocked the invasion of the flames. Rosefinch's son's expression was calm as he slowly said, "Du Tian, the heavens are benevolent. The old man originally didn't want to do anything, but you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame the old man." Du Tian took a deep breath, bit the tip of his tongue, and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He sat down, formed a seal, and shouted, "Soul escape." Du Tian wasn't his real name, but his Taoist name. This Taoist name was given to him by his master. Just like what he and Wang Lin said before, every owner of the 1 billion soul flag had a different way of using it. Du Tian's method was to escape. The 35 primary souls released a flash of green light and disappeared. They escaped from the Rosefinch, sacred flame, and appeared before Du Tian. "What?" Rosefinch's eyes were filled with surprise. "Fuse." Du Tian coughed out another mouthful of blood that landed on one of the primary souls. The primary soul trembled, and the other 34 primary souls fused with it. In the blink of an eye, an aura that could compete with Rosefinch's son appeared. At this moment, it was as if the sky had been torn in half. On the left, the red flame represented Rosefinch's son. On the right, the black light represented the late-stage ascendant soul formed by the 35 primary souls and 1 billion soul fragment. As soon as the soul appeared, it waved its right hand at the ground. Immediately, the flames within 100 miles were swept away. The flames on the right were swept away to the left. Just like the sky, the ground was clearly red and black. Rosefinch's pupils shrank. His expression was a bit ugly as he stared at the late-stage ascendant soul fragment and slowly said, "Not bad. Just this ability alone makes this soul flag my Suzaku's treasure." Du Tian's face was pale. He only had 1 year of lifespan left, and after using the soul flag's fusion spell, his body was like a lamp that had run out of oil. His eyes became cold and he softly said, "Kill him." the late-stage ascendant soul fragment didn't move. He waved his right hand and a thunderous rumble came from the sky. The clouds within 50 kilometers quickly gathered and formed a human figure. This body was formed by clouds, but at a glance, it looked no different from a normal person. The ascendant soul fragment took a step and fused with the cloud figure. The cloud figure opened its eyes and stared at Rosefinch's son. The cloud might body is indeed the power of a late-stage ascendant cultivator. However, you are fused, so I want to see how long you can last. Rosefinch's son's expression was ugly. Once he finished speaking, he pressed his right hand against the air. Immediately, a red light flashed, and a small red sword the size of a palm appeared in front of him. The moment the sword appeared, the flames on the ground seemed to be sucked into it. They rose from the ground and fused with the sword. This sword's original name is ancient and no one knows it. After the first Rosefinch obtained it, he named it the Rosefinch sword. As Rosefinch's son spoke, he pointed at the sword with his right hand. The flying sword immediately turned into a ray of red light and a large amount of celestial spiritual energy appeared on it. This sword was infinitely close to the sword of a real celestial. This sword was a celestial treasure. The cloud figure's eyes lit up and he waved his right hand. His entire right arm left his body and turned into a white flying sword. This sword was the same size as the Rosefinch sword aside from its color. Even the celestial spiritual energy it gave off was just as large. With a point of his finger, the small, white sword immediately flew out. The red and white swords were like two meteors that collided. There was a series of thunderous rumbles. The white sword was clearly no match and was pushed back. However, the Rosefinch sword was also affected by the small, white sword's celestial spiritual energy and slowed down a bit. The cloud figure stared at Rosefinch's son and revealed a smile. His body suddenly collapsed into 8 small swords that were exactly the same as the one before. They also contained a large amount of celestial spiritual energy. With one move, the 8 flying swords charged out. 3 of them stabbed toward the Rosefinch sword, and the remaining 5 charged toward Rosefinch's son like lightning. Rosefinch's son's expression was ugly as he retreated a few dozen feet. He slapped his bag of holding and a red gourd appeared in his hand. He quickly shouted, "Collect!" The 5 flying swords were surrounded by a powerful force, and were sucked into the gourd in the blink of an eye. Rosefinch's eyes lit up and he was about to use the gourd to collect the remaining 4 flying swords. However, just at this moment, cracking sounds came from inside the gourd and a heaven-shaking sound came out. With a bang, the gourd shattered and the 5 invincible flying swords flew out toward Rosefinch's son without any hesitation. At the same time, the 4 flying swords that were fighting the Rosefinch sword seemed to have been summoned. They threw off the Rosefinch sword and charged toward Rosefinch like crazy. Rosefinch's expression changed greatly and he retreated even more. It wasn't that he wasn't a match, but the ascendant soul formed by the soul flag was filled with death. Although he was confident he could win, he would inevitably be injured. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal, but he didn't have much lifespan left. Once he was injured, his lifespan would be shortened. Most importantly, the Forsaken Immortal Clan's second formation had been activated. If he was injured now, he would be beyond redemption. Chapter 423. However, even though he wanted to retreat, the 9 swords formed by the Cloud People were even faster than lightning and instantly closed in. Rosefinch's son's eyes were gloomy as his right hand formed a seal. The moment the seal appeared, a powerful aura surrounded Rosefinch's body. At this moment, the flying swords closed in. Boom! A heaven-shattering sound that could pierce through the entire Rosefinch continent suddenly echoed. Rosefinch's son's body quickly retreated like a meteor. The seal before him collapsed and dissipated. Although his body wasn't injured, his face was pale and the elegance he had before was gone. the 9 flying swords vanished, turning back into wisps of souls that lingered in the heavens and earth. Du Tian looked at the scene before him and bitterly said, Rosefinch's mysterious seal. The Rosefinch's mysterious seal was a spell that could only be learned by every generation of Rosefinch's son. This spell wasn't obtained through cultivation. It was obtained by every generation of Rosefinch's son while they were inside the tomb of the first Rosefinch. This seal wasn't created by the first Rosefinch, but was given to him by the Cultivation Alliance after he became a rank 6 cultivation country. This Rosefinch's mysterious seal wouldn't increase one's cultivation level, but it was incredibly mysterious. This seal only had 2 uses, one for offense and one for defense. The offense was indestructible, and the defense was even stronger than the Rosefinch's formation. It was unknown how the Cultivation Alliance created this seal, but on a rank 6 cultivation planet, only one person in each generation could learn it. Once that person learned it, unless that person died, no one else could learn it. Even the previous generation's son of Rosefinch would lose the power of the seal when the next generation's son learned it. Rumor has it that using the Rosefinch seal would cause a certain amount of damage, but only those who learned it would know. What Rosefinch's son just used was the defense seal. When the clouds disappeared, Du Tian's face was pale. He stared at Rosefinch's son and suddenly laughed. Old man, it's nice to see you in such a sorry state before your lifespan ends. Rosefinch's son's expression was ugly and he was breathing heavily. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to use the Rosefinch seal. He especially didn't want to use the attack seal. He wanted to maintain his peak state to battle the Forsaken Immortal Clan. Du Tian, your soul-refining sect is part of my Rosefinch family. Tens of thousands of years ago, the soul-refining sect's ancestor and the first Rosefinch fought the Forsaken Immortal Clan together. Why are you being so stubborn today? Hand over the 1 billion soul flag, and I'll help you rebuild your sect, recruit new disciples, and even make your soul-refining sect your own country. Du Tian's eyes lit up and he let out a mischievous smile. Rosefinch, old thief, I can see that you are afraid of getting injured. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The battle against the Forsaken Immortal Clan has already begun. Instead of going to the battlefield, you ran here and won't be able to stay for long. Rosefinch's son frowned and coldly said, Although the 11-leaf ancestor of the Forsaken Immortal Clan is strong, the old man still has an ace up his sleeve. Once he uses this ace, the Forsaken Immortal Clan will die for sure. Du Tian, I'll ask you one last time. Will you hand over the 1 billion soul flag or not? Du Tian's eyes became cold. He took a deep breath and waved his hand. The 1 billion soul flag released a golden-purple light that flickered between bright and dark. Old thief Rosefinch, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Don't force me to use the 4th soul. Du Tian's voice was filled with determination. Rosefinch's son's expression was ugly, but he sneered in his heart. The reason he came here was to wait for the 4th soul to appear. In truth, compared to the 1 billion soul flag, he was aiming for the 4th soul. Every generation of Rosefinch's son had secretly studied the 4th soul inside the 1 billion soul flag and tried to find a way to break it. Rosefinch's son was 80% confident, which was why he came here today. After pondering a bit, Rosefinch's son slowly said, The old man has only read about the power of the 4th soul and hasn't seen it for himself. I really want to take this opportunity to see what kind of power the 4th soul has. Du Tian clenched his teeth and pointed at his brow. He took out a ball of white light and pressed it against the 1 billion soul flag. In an instant, the 1 billion soul flag trembled and the golden-purple light flew out from the flag. The 5 elements are divided into 5 elements. The 5 elements of the heavens and earth reinforce and counter each other. Obtaining 1 is enough to cultivate, 2 is enough to be smart, 3 is enough to be talented, 4 is enough to be unparalleled, and 5 is enough to be perfect. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are very rare for a person to have 2 of the same element, 3 is even rarer, 4 is unheard of, and 5 is unheard of. The fourth soul is a rare case of someone who has 3 of the same element. When this person was alive, he didn't show off his power and died at the late stage of soul transformation. However, after he died, the soul refining sect used a secret technique to refine him into a peerless fourth soul that can threaten late-stage ascendant cultivators. To collect this soul requires a lot of willpower, and when your lifespan is about to run out, you have to open the cultivation planet heart. This was recorded in the book on Mount Rosefinch. At this moment, Rosefinch's son's mind flashed. Rosefinch's son said, 3 gold soul. Du Tian let out a hoarse smile. His eyes were dim. He had just extracted the last bit of his lifespan as an offering to activate the fourth soul. The fourth soul couldn't be used normally. It required lifespan as an offering to summon it from the 1 billion soul flag. The moment the fourth soul appeared, it gave off a blinding, golden-purple light. There was only one thing inside the light, and it was a needle that looked like a thin thread. This needle wasn't big, only the length of a thumb. It gave off an extremely sharp aura, and this aura was even stronger than that of the Rosefinch sword. The 3 gold souls were the toughest things in the world. They could pierce through anything, and the soul energy they contained could even harm the origin soul. Du Tian's eyes lit up and he softly said, 4 souls kill. The golden-purple needle flashed and disappeared. Rosefinch's son's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he waved his right hand and the Rosefinch sword blocked in front of him. With a clang, the Rosefinch sword trembled and a hole appeared on the sword. At the same time, Rosefinch's son let out a roar and pointed at the sword in his right hand. Celestial spiritual energy surged out from his body, and he mercilessly flicked the sword. With a bang, Rosefinch's son retreated 3 steps and the golden-purple needle disappeared once more. However, Rosefinch's son knew that the fourth soul was still nearby. His expression was cold and he said, "The fourth soul is indeed powerful. However, Du Tian, if you had reached the early stage of ascendant and used celestial spiritual energy from the soul transformation realm to control the fourth soul, you would have been able to increase its speed to the maximum. At that time, I, Rosefinch's son, would have immediately turned around and left. However, if you want to use the fourth soul to kill me, it won't be fast enough." Rosefinch's son's words had his own purpose. He wanted to take the fourth soul, not now, but after devouring a large amount of soul fragments. The fourth soul would be several times stronger than it was now. It has to be said that in terms of scheming, Du Tian was inferior to Rosefinch. The saying that the smartest person is the emperor is not false. Du Tian didn't know what Rosefinch was thinking, but this wasn't wrong. After all, the fourth soul had been coveted by several generations of Rosefinch, and they had done everything they could to take it. Du Tian stared at Rosefinch's son. His right hand pointed at the air a few times, and the surrounding soul fragments shattered one by one. The way they shattered was very strange. If one looked closely, they would see that every time there was a flash of purple light, a soul fragment would shatter. This process was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, a portion of the soul fragments would disappear. The speed of the purple light became faster and faster until only a purple line could be seen. Countless soul fragments were being absorbed by the fourth soul fragment, but Du Tian didn't have time to worry about the soul fragment. Rosefinch's son's eyes lit up brightly. Just as he was about to charge forward, he suddenly stopped. His right hand hit the air before him and he retreated. A needle-sized wound appeared on his palm. This wound pierced through his entire palm and blood flowed out. At this moment, more and more soul fragments were collapsing. After the 10 soul transformation primary souls were devoured by the fourth soul fragment, The speed of the golden-purple light had reached an unimaginable level. Du Tian's heart ached. In such a short period of time, a third of the 1 billion soul fragments had been devoured by the fourth soul fragment. This kind of loss hadn't happened in tens of thousands of years. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Fourth soul fragment, stop!" The golden-purple light let out a buzzing sound and then charged toward Rosefinch's son. Rosefinch's son let out a sigh. His goal was to wait for the fourth soul fragment to completely absorb all the soul fragments and then use the method that previous generations of Rosefinch's son had come up with to collect this soul fragment. However, now that Du Tian had stopped devouring the fourth soul, he couldn't say anything else, or else his goal would be exposed. Rosefinch's son continued to retreat and his hands quickly pointed at the air. Popping sounds could be heard as Rosefinch's retreat became faster and faster. Numerous wounds the size of formation cores appeared on his body, and blood flowed from them. Every time a needle appeared, his expression became more ugly and his aura became weaker. However, on the fourth soul, a trace of his strange blood was slowly dripping down. There was a flash of coldness in Rosefinch's eyes. He slapped his bag of holding and a small, red pot appeared in his hand. He formed a seal on it and said, "Refine." With one word, a white flame came out from the small pot. In the blink of an eye, everything within 1,000 feet became a sea of fire. The temperature of this fire was even higher than the temperature of Rosefinch's feather. "Let's see if your 3 soul fragments are sharper or my fire pot's flame is stronger. I'm going to refine this fourth soul." The golden-purple light appeared inside the sea of fire. Its color became red, but it didn't melt. However, the drop of blood from Rosefinch's son quietly fused with the fourth soul. At this moment, the fourth soul quickly began to rotate. A gust of wind appeared and blew a hole in the sea of fire. "Soul, escape!" Du Tian shouted. The golden-purple needle disappeared and charged toward Rosefinch's son. Rosefinch's son's eyes lit up and revealed a hint of joy. He laughed and said, "Du Tian, since you aren't willing to hand over the 1 billion soul flag, then the old man won't force you. However, the old man must take the fourth soul." Rosefinch's son slapped his bag of holding and a palm-sized piece of black mud appeared in his hand. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. When the blood landed on the black mud, a strand of black smoke came out of the mud. Rosefinch's son's right hand circled the black smoke and drew a strange symbol. "The old man, in the name of Rosefinch's son, will sacrifice 90% of his remaining lifespan to open the cultivation planet heart. I want the cultivation alliance's domain to instantly stop." He pointed forward and the symbol formed by the black smoke flew out. It quickly landed 30 feet away from Rosefinch's son and disappeared. At that instant, every living thing within 100 feet of him froze and stopped moving. There was a flash of golden-purple light where the symbol disappeared and the fourth soul appeared. Rosefinch's son reached out and the fourth soul was caught in his hand. At this moment, time passed. Rosefinch's son took a step forward. He revealed a ferocious expression and reached toward Du Tian. Du Tian let out a sigh. He bitterly looked back at the cave that had been refined by the fire and closed his eyes. However, just as Rosefinch's hand closed in, a gloomy laugh came from where Wang Lin was cultivating. "Scram for this old man." Rosefinch's son's expression changed greatly. His origin soul felt pain and his eyes were filled with fear he hadn't felt since he became Rosefinch's son. Chapter 424. In the eastern part of the Rosefinch continent, groups of forsaken immortal clan members were gathering from all directions inside the endless black fog. Countless forsaken, immortal clan members were sitting in the lotus position at the center of the black fog. They were chanting strange spells to activate the power of the tattoos inside their bodies. The tattoos left their bodies, gathered together, and quickly circled the area. The speed of the tattoos was very fast as they circled the area. Every 2 hours, the tattoos inside these forsaken immortal clan members would be completely used up. Then another group of forsaken immortal clan members would step forward and continue the chanting. This process lasted for several months. On this day, a gray-robed middle-aged man from the forsaken immortal clan appeared. There were almost no tattoos on his body, but there was a purple leaf tattoo on the left side of his face that occasionally glowed purple. He stood there and looked at the large amount of forsaken immortal clan members at the center. His eyes revealed a hint of pondering. Behind him followed 3 old men. The auras they gave off were exactly the same as the 8-leaf old man who hunted down Wang Lin. One of the old men respectfully said, "Lord 5th Ancestor, the time has come." The 4th Ancestor has also opened the ancestral spirit tree, one of the elders said respectfully. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "The ancestral spirit tree was released by the ancestor who gave up his life to break the 5-sword seal. We can't fail this time." The 4 ancestral spirit trees have surrounded the Rosefinch continent. This time, the country of Rosefinch must be destroyed. The old man's eyes revealed a hint of excitement, but after a bit of hesitation, he said, "Lord 5th Ancestor, about the 2nd Ancestor." The middle-aged man frowned and said, "Don't worry about him. He has been in the country of Rosefinch for too long, so some of his thoughts are different from ours. If it wasn't for him, we could have wiped out the country of Rosefinch several years ago. The country of Rosefinch's cultivation planet Crystal. I don't believe it is as powerful as he said." The old man nodded and no longer spoke. "Serene's men are here." The middle-aged man turned around and looked into the distance. Outside the eastern part of the Rosefinch continent, a huge coffin that was about 100 feet long quickly flew over. There were 3 people sitting on the coffin. All 3 of them had white hair. Aside from the one in the lead, who was at the early stage of soul transformation, the other 2 were at the late stage of soul formation. The 3 of them sat on the coffins and moved extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside of the black fog. A few runes flickered within the black fog, and a force of resistance appeared, preventing the coffins from entering. The early-stage soul transformation Old Man Serene's eyes lit up and he calmly said, "Old Man Serene Suzaku, the 2 people behind me are corpse deacons. I ask the Forsaken Immortal Clan to open the tattoo formation." The runes within the black fog flashed once more and a channel appeared. Serene's giant coffin immediately flew into it. At the center of the black fog, the coffin stopped and the early-stage soul transformation Old Man Serene landed on the ground. In front of him were the middle-aged man and the 3 8-leaf shamans. The middle-aged man calmly said, "Elder Sima, the old man has been waiting for you for a long time." Elder Serene laughed and said, "I encountered some obstacles along the way, so I arrived a bit late. Aside from delivering the corpse, I also came to tell your Forsaken Immortal Clan something." The middle-aged man's eyes were calm as he looked at Elder Serene and waited for him to continue. Elder Serene's eyes lit up and he said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Rosefinch's son went to the soul refining sect to fight with old ghost Du Tian for the 1 billion soul flag." The middle-aged man's expression remained the same as he smiled and asked, "What was the result?" "That I don't know, but with my understanding of this Rosefinch's son, he would never do something he wasn't confident in. I believe he has an 80% chance of success. Your Forsaken Immortal Clan needs to be careful." Elder Serene laughed. The middle-aged man's expression didn't change at all. He faintly smiled and was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He looked toward the direction of the country of Pilu in the northern part of the Rosefinch continent. There, he felt an aura that made him tremble. The pain from his origin soul was something that Rosefinch had long forgotten. At this moment, he felt like he had returned to before he became Rosefinch. When he faced the previous Rosefinch, it was as if he was facing the might of the heavens. "Who are you?" Rosefinch's son was, after all, a person of high status. He quickly suppressed the shock and calmly asked, "Who are you?" A ray of seven-colored light flashed and Wang Lin's figure appeared in the air. His long hair moved without any wind and gave off an extremely strange aura. His entire body emitted a deep blue halo of light, and an extremely cold aura that could freeze the heavens and earth was emitted from his body. At this moment, Wang Lin was completely naked and his body gave off a crystal-clear glow. His eyes were no longer as black and white as before and now contained an evil aura. Qian Feng's eyes were also filled with evil aura, but compared to Wang Lin, they were like fireflies compared to the bright moon. They were insignificant. In Wang Lin's eyes, this evil aura only represented one word: arrogant. Arrogant, very arrogant, extremely arrogant. This was a kind of arrogance that made it seem like he was the only ruler in the world. This was a kind of lawless arrogance that didn't put anyone in his eyes. He casually looked at Rosefinch's eyes. This gaze was several times brighter than lightning. Rosefinch's son's body trembled. At this moment, he felt like he had returned to when he faced the previous Rosefinch's son. He immediately retreated a few steps and cold sweat appeared on his forehead for the first time in countless years. You're Wang Lin? No, you're not Wang Lin. Who are you? Rosefinch's son took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with terror. This old man is asking you, which generation's Rosefinch are you? These words were filled with arrogance as they came from Wang Lin's mouth. His voice contained a tone that said, "You must answer." Du Tian stared at the scene before him in a daze. He looked at Wang Lin and felt a sense of unfamiliarity. He had known Wang Lin for a long time, so he could tell at a glance that the person before him was not Wang Lin. Wang Lin would never have such a terrifying aura, nor would he have such an arrogant and lawless aura. This kind of aura and arrogance was something that only those old monsters that had cultivated for countless years could have. Zhu Kezi didn't want to answer, but at this moment, he couldn't help but say, 14th generation Suzaku. I wrote the 8th generation before, but there was a mistake. Wang Lin pondered a bit before coldly looking at Rosefinch's son and saying, because of Yi Wuyo, I won't kill you today. Fram. Yi Wuyo. Du Tian was startled. He had never heard of this name before. However, after Rosefinch's son heard this name, his expression changed greatly. He immediately retreated a few dozen feet and could no longer hide the shock on his face. You! Rosefinch's son sucked in a breath of cold air. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck his body. His body trembled and he looked at Wang Lin. Not only was there shock in his eyes, but there was also a strong sense of fear. Yi Wuyo was a name that only Rosefinch's son knew in the entire Suzaku. Outsiders would never know. Even the ancestors of the other sects didn't know this name. They only knew that there was a person whose Taoist name was Rosefinch's son. Yi Wuyo was the name of the first Rosefinch's son. Rosefinch's son looked at the blue halo around Wang Lin's body, and all the information of the past Rosefinch's son flashed through his mind. Finally, he locked onto one identity. At this moment, Rosefinch's fear became even stronger. Without any hesitation, he respectfully bowed toward Wang Lin and bitterly said, "Greetings, ancestor. Junior will leave now." With that, he quickly retreated. Du Tian's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Leave the fourth soul behind." Rosefinch's son stopped. His eyes revealed a struggling expression as he suddenly turned around and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of melancholy as he recalled the past and said, "Yi Wuyo helped me a lot back then. Yi Wuyo helped me a lot back then. Forget it. You want the fourth soul to deal with the Forsaken Immortal Clan. I'll lend it to you for 3 years and you can return it to me after 3 years." Du Tian became anxious and was about to speak, but he was stopped by Wang Lin's gaze. He couldn't feel any sense of Wang Lin in that gaze, only an unfamiliar aura. It was as if he spoke again, Wang Lin would kill him without any hesitation. Du Tian's heart trembled and he didn't dare to speak anymore. Rosefinch's son let out a sigh of relief. If Wang Lin wanted the fourth soul by force, he really wouldn't know what to do. It was likely that he would have to fight Wang Lin, but he didn't have any confidence in fighting that legendary person. Rosefinch's son clasped his hands and was about to leave. Wang Lin revealed a hint of arrogance and mocked, "Since you've guessed my identity, you must know my rules. Are you just going to leave like this?" Rosefinch's son silently pondered as he raised his right hand and cut off 2 of his fingers. Blood flowed out as he looked at Wang Lin and said, "This is Junior's negligence. Are 2 fingers enough?" Wang Lin shook his head and proudly said, "Leave 1 more." Rosefinch's son clenched his teeth and cut off another finger. His face was pale as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin arrogantly said, "Scram." Rosefinch's son quickly left without looking back. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared. 50,000 kilometers away, Rosefinch's son clenched his teeth and let out a roar at the sky. Second-generation Rosefinch, how can he still be alive? How can he still be in Suzaku? How is this possible? Back then, the third-generation Rosefinch schemed against him and lured the foreign cultivators here, but this person is still alive. After roaring all the way to the sky above Rosefinch, he suddenly stopped and looked back at the country of Pilu. The anger on his face disappeared and was replaced with suspicion. Something's not right. With the second-generation Rosefinch's personality, he definitely won't show mercy to me. Could it be that he just woke up and was just bluffing? Chapter 425. Rosefinch's son pondered a bit and his expression became unsettled. In the end, he let out a sigh. He didn't have the guts to go back and test the other party's strength. He took a step and a giant rift appeared in the sky. Rosefinch's son viciously stared at the country of Pilu. Second-generation Rosefinch. Rosefinch's son flew toward Rosefinch Mountain. Inside the country of Pilu, within the soul refining sect. After Wang Lin noticed that Rosefinch's son was far away, his body trembled and he fell from the sky. Du Tian was startled and immediately went up to catch Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin's face was pale and his eyes were closed. There was a painful expression on his face. Du Tian carefully looked at Wang Lin, and his expression suddenly changed as he exclaimed, "Possession!" Without any hesitation, he clenched his teeth and raised his right hand to point between Wang Lin's eyebrows to help him resist the power of possession. However, just as his right hand was about to touch Wang Lin opened his eyes. There was no longer any trace of arrogance in his eyes. Wang Lin weakly said, "Senior, please stop." Du Tian stared at Wang Lin and asked, "What happened? You brat, you were so reckless just now. You didn't know what was important. If it was me in the past, I would have killed you with 1 palm. Don't look at how your lifespan is ending. I can still let you have a taste of your lifespan being slowly drained." An arrogant voice came from between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Shortly after, a green light flew out from Wang Lin's forehead and turned into a tall figure. This person was middle-aged with a rough face and a tall and sturdy body. The moment he appeared, a powerful aura appeared. The sky suddenly changed colors. Under the impact of this person's aura, clouds began to gather. Lightning flashed and rain began to fall from the sky. The middle-aged man looked up at the sky and roared, "Scatter! Did I tell you to rain?" With this roar, the clouds in the sky instantly collapsed and dissipated. Even the raindrops that were falling were swept away and didn't fall at all. Du Tian's body trembled as he stared at the scene before him, unable to say anything. Wang Lin smiled bitterly and coughed. Before Rosefinch's fire arrived, his Yuan Shen had already returned to his body and reached the soul transformation stage. However, He couldn't participate in the battle between Rosefinch's son and Du Tian, so he hid inside the heaven-defying bead. There, Situ Nan had awakened. However, Situ Nan, who had just woken up, looked majestic, but was actually very weak. The two didn't even have much time to catch up before Situ Nan noticed what was happening outside and entered Wang Lin's body, scaring Rosefinch away. It has to be said that Situ Nan's acting skills were very profound. When he cut off Rosefinch's finger, Wang Lin was very nervous. On the other hand, Situ Nan wasn't worried at all and was as arrogant as ever. Afterwards, Wang Lin asked Situ Nan why he cut off Rosefinch's finger. Wasn't he worried that Rosefinch would retaliate? Situ Nan's answer was, "Because I am Situ Nan." Just then, you almost ruined my plans. What do you mean by the fourth soul? If that little sparrow found out, wouldn't I have to go back to sleep right after waking up? As for the fourth soul, once I have a body and recover my cultivation, I'll kill my way up to Rosefinch Mountain and take it back. Situ Nan stared at Du Tian. Du Tian hadn't been called a little kid for thousands of years. At this moment, he could only bitterly smile and ask, "Senior is?" Situ Nan raised his head and proudly said, "Wang Lin, help me tell this little kid who I am." Wang Lin bitterly smiled as he looked at Du Tian and said, "He is Situ Nan." Situ Nan? Du Tian thought for a long time but couldn't think of any cultivator named Situ Nan. Wang Lin said, "The second-generation Rosefinch." Du Tian's body trembled and he took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He suddenly understood why Rosefinch's son was scared away by this person. The second-generation Rosefinch's fame was too great. In some aspects, he had already surpassed the first-generation Rosefinch. After a while, Du Tian took a deep breath, bowed deeply toward Situ Nan, and respectfully said, "Junior Du Tian of the Soul Refining Sect greets Senior." Situ Nan nodded and said, "Seeing that you protected Wang Lin and gave him the 1 billion soul flag, the old man promises that if there is a chance, I'll help you restore the Soul Refining Sect to its former glory." A trace of reminiscence appeared in Situ Nan's eyes. This reminiscence was real. He thought of his good friend from the Soul Refining Sect. If it weren't for this person, he wouldn't even have had the chance to hide in the heaven-defying bead during the war against the foreign cultivators. Du Tian revealed a faint smile. He had dedicated his entire life to the Soul Refining Sect, and the Soul Refining Sect was his biggest regret. That was why, before his lifespan ended, he didn't hesitate to befriend Wang Lin. He had high hopes for the Soul Refining Sect, and his goal was to leave a sliver of hope for the Soul Refining Sect. The arrival of the second-generation Rosefinch's son made Du Tian feel despair. However, after hundreds of twists and turns, it was as if he had gone through a reincarnation cycle. Now that the second-generation Rosefinch had personally promised to keep the Soul Refining Sect alive, Du Tian was satisfied. With a smile on his face, he sat down in the lotus position and slowly closed his eyes. "Senior apprentice brother, your divination has come true. I, Du Tian, can meet you, teacher, and all the ancestors with a smile. I, Du Tian, am not a sinner of the Soul Refining Sect. I've found a new hope for the Soul Refining Sect. I can see that the Soul Refining Sect will surpass a rank 6 cultivation country in the future. My name, Du Tian, will leave a mark in the history of the Soul Refining Sect. Teacher, I've done what I promised you. I, Du Tian, am willing to erase my consciousness and become the soul of the 1 billion soul flag. I'll smile in the underworld." In the Rain Palace, the bandits were slaughtering the young man. Amidst the wreckage, a young man cried in the rain. There was a sigh as an old man walked out from the rain. He gently rubbed the young man's head, revealed a kind smile, and only said one thing. "Are you willing to follow me?" In the Soul Refining Sect, the young man grew up. He was very talented and stood out among the other disciples. All of this was to fulfill that one sentence from back then. In order to follow in the footsteps of the old man, he cultivated very quickly. Day after day, year after year, he cultivated very hard. He comprehended the heavens and reached the soul formation stage. Then, he became the disciple of the old man and was given the name Du Tian. Time is like a song, and there will always be a time when the song ends and the people leave. Before his teacher entered the soul flag, he made an oath to protect the soul refining sect. All of this was for that one sentence he heard when he was young. Are you willing to follow me? Teacher, disciple, is coming. Du Tian smiled and closed his eyes. The last bit of light in his eyes disappeared and he passed away. A ray of golden-purple light flew out from between his eyebrows and the soul flag appeared. With a shake, the golden-purple light entered the soul flag and disappeared. Although the soul flag had lost a third of its soul, 10 primary souls, and the fourth soul, it was still a soul flag. This soul flag represented the soul refining sect. It seemed to have a mind of its own as it floated toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his right hand and held the soul flag. He stared at the smiling Du Tian. His heart was filled with complex emotions. He silently knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Although Senior wasn't my teacher, he treated me like a teacher and disciple. Wang Lin will never forget. The sadness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. To be more accurate, he hadn't known Du Tian for a long time, but Du Tian's kindness to him was something he would never forget. Son of Rosefinch, one day, I, Wang Lin, will find you for destroying the soul refining sect. Wang Lin looked toward the direction of the kingdom of Rosefinch with a cold gaze. A gust of wind blew by and Du Tian's body slowly disappeared. Everything about this person was erased, as if he had never existed. Only Du Tian's figure remained in Wang Lin's memory. It was your fortune to meet this person. He is worthy of you remembering him. Situ Nan sighed. His tone was no longer arrogant and instead contained a hint of reminiscence. He was thinking about his good friend from the past. What do you plan to do? Wang Lin pondered a bit and looked at Situ Nan. Situ Nan's eyes lit up and the arrogance in his eyes reappeared. He said, Of course I'll find a body that matches the old man's spirit root. After I recover my cultivation, I'll go and kill those people from back then. If they die, the old man will vent his anger on their descendants. Situ Nan's personality had always been like this. In his early years, he had always taught Wang Lin a demonic way of thinking. In reality, the reason why Wang Lin was able to kill so many people was because of Situ Nan's teachings. Wang Lin nodded and said, The heaven-defying bead has fused with my divine sense, so I can't take it out. Before Wang Lin could say anything, Situ Nan glared at him and shouted, Bullshit! Do you think I would want that broken bead? It was that bead that caused me to be in such a sorry state. Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't want it. Wang Lin looked at Situ Nan and softly said, Situ. What? Situ Nan rolled his eyes. Thank you, Situ Nan remained silent. Actually, he had some guesses about the heaven-defying bead. He knew that it was a treasure from the heavens and the earth. It was even possible that it had surpassed the level of an immortal treasure. However, even though he was arrogant and overbearing, he valued kindness very much. Back then, the first Rosefinch helped him, so he gave up the chance to leave to protect Suzaku. The relationship between him and Wang Lin was complicated. However, because of this, their relationship was inseparable. In Situ Nan's eyes, he watched Wang Lin grow up and was his disciple. Therefore, he couldn't take the heaven-defying bead. Situ Nan snorted, turned around and said, If you want to thank me, then find me a body. Wait, let me see if there is a suitable body for me on Suzaku. Even though I can't fight back, I still have my technique. Finding a suitable body is as easy as flipping my palm. As Situ Nan spoke, his eyes lit up and his divine sense scanned the area. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he said, the son of Rosefinch has a disciple named Xian Feng. His body should be quite good. The son of Rosefinch's disciple. Forget it, the first Rosefinch helped me a lot. I don't care if you kill him, but if I want to kill him, it won't be right. How can there be a body like this on Suzaku? Interesting. Although this body is that of a boy, it is a high-quality body for possession. That's right, damn it, this boy is prepared for possession. Situ Nan looked to the extreme north, and revealed a joyful expression. Chapter 426. Oh! Wang Lin looked at Situ Nan. Situ Nan's eyes were filled with joy as he laughed and said, "Good, I like this boy's body. Wang Lin, let's go to Suzaku's little north flame. My future body is there right now." With that, his body moved and he flew forward. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the mosquito beast flew out. It let out a roar and landed in front of Wang Lin. Wang Lin jumped down, sat down cross-legged, and chased after Situ Nan. Situ Nan turned around and looked at the mosquito beast. His eyes lit up and he said, "What kind of beast is this? Where did you get it? I'll go catch one to play with." Although the mosquito beast had always been overbearing, it immediately felt Situ Nan's aura. After buzzing a few times, it actually ran away. Situ Nan's eyes widened. His body flashed and landed next to Wang Lin. He stood on the mosquito beast's back and scolded, "Why are you running? I'm not going to eat you." The mosquito beast's body trembled. It turned around and looked at Wang Lin with a pleading look. Wang Lin smiled and patted the mosquito beast's head. Then, he touched his bag of holding and took out a piece of jade. He placed it on his forehead and threw it to Situ Nan. He said, "If you dare to go here, you can catch as many mosquito beasts as you want." Situ Nan caught the piece of jade and scanned it. His expression immediately changed and he awkwardly said, "Forget it, I don't want it." The piece of jade that Wang Lin gave him was from the ancient god Tu Si's memories. It was an unfamiliar star system where he encountered the mosquito beast. Even with Situ Nan's arrogance, after reading the contents of the piece of jade, he couldn't help but be shocked. His gaze toward the mosquito beast became strange. Situ Nan let out a mischievous smile and said, "Wang Lin, how about we make a deal? Once I have a body, lend me your mosquito beast to study for a while. I promise I won't kill it, just study it." "No." Wang Lin refused without hesitation. Situ Nan panicked and said, "I really won't kill it. Plus, after I study it, it might become even stronger." "No." Wang Lin shook his head. Situ Nan glared at Wang Lin and roared, "Little bastard, when I want something, no one has ever dared to refuse. Back in the day, I had my eyes on Rosefinch's concubine. Didn't I just snatch her away? As long as I have my eyes on something, no one has ever been able to escape from me. Are you going to give it to me or not? If you don't give it to me, I will slap you to death." Wang Lin looked at Situ Nan. He didn't say a word and just silently watched. After a while, Situ Nan bitterly smiled and said, "How did I meet you? Back in the day when you were still a child, it was me who helped you adjust your body so you could cultivate. It was also me who gave you the idea to learn the foundation stealing technique. Also, it was me who helped you avoid danger many times. Did you forget when that kid from the Ting clan chased after you? Also, outside the Juming Valley, I almost died to save you, and now you treat me like this? I'm too old. I don't have many requests, I just want to borrow a mosquito to study." Wang Lin felt a headache coming on. If Situ Nan had always been tough, he wouldn't have been afraid. However, Situ Nan's words landed on Wang Lin's heart. After a while, Wang Lin bitterly smiled and helplessly nodded. "Okay, I'll lend it to you, I'll lend it to you." Situ Nan's expression immediately changed to one of arrogance. He laughed and said, "This is the kind of person the old man likes. Good." Then, he looked at the mosquito beast and revealed a creepy smile. The mosquito beast's body shook and almost fell from the sky. It immediately began to hiss. While flying, Wang Lin pondered and asked, C2, do you know about the Ji realm? C2 Nan's eyes became serious. He looked at Wang Lin and said, the Ji realm of the three realms? Why do you ask? Wang Lin stared at C2 Nan. In this world, other than Li Muan, the only person he could completely trust was C2 Nan. Wang Lin slapped his storage pouch, and a white light that looked like a thorn appeared in his hand. This white light emitted a pressure similar to a god's punishment. Though this pressure wasn't strong to Wang Lin, the substance it contained was enough to kill an original leveled cultivator. C2 Nan made a sound of surprise and took the white light. After taking a closer look, his expression changed drastically. He immediately used his divine sense to scan the area. Then, he grabbed the white light and slapped it into Wang Lin's storage pouch. It broke through Wang Lin's divine sense and directly placed the white light inside the pouch. C2 Nan exclaimed, how can you have the Ji realm? Back in the Juming Valley, a sliver of the Ji realm appeared in my body. At that time, you were asleep, so you didn't notice. Later, when my body was destroyed, you saved me and went back to sleep. After I left the foreign battleground, my Ji realm reached completion. Wang Lin slowly said, the Ji realm is a very tyrannical substance. I don't know much about it, but I do know that the Cultivation Alliance is constantly searching for Ji realm cultivators. If they find out, they will immediately kill you. You must remember that you can't let anyone see it, especially not Rosefinch's son. C2 Nan's expression was very serious. Wang Lin nodded. After pondering a bit, he said, I suspect that this Ji realm has something to do with your underworld ascension method. C2 Nan was startled. He rubbed his chin and said, now that you mention it, there is some possibility. However, there must be some other reason we don't know. Otherwise, why don't I have the Ji realm? As far as I know, the chance of the Ji realm appearing is too small. Also, it is too difficult to cultivate, so the loss outweighs the gain. You being able to take it out from your body and not be affected by it is very rare. C2 Nan revealed a look of admiration. C2, I heard people say that the cultivation planet crystal can allow the Ji realm to evolve. Is this true or false? What exactly is the cultivation planet crystal? Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he asked the question that he had been hiding in his heart for hundreds of years. You also know about the cultivation planet crystal. C2 Nan revealed a complex expression. He let out a sigh and said, the cultivation planet crystal. This is not a good thing, but if you want to leave Suzaku, you must obtain it. Otherwise, it will be a hidden danger in the future. Alas, this cultivation planet crystal is the most vicious thing the Cultivation Alliance uses to control the cultivation planet. C2 Nan was about to continue speaking when his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked into the distance and said, we'll talk about this later. There is a forsaken immortal clan up ahead that is sacrificing their ancestral spirit. Let me think. I remember that the first-generation Suzaku researched a spell that allowed one to borrow the power of the forsaken immortal clan's ancestral spirit tree to absorb some mysterious power. When one gets old, their memories fade. Wang Lin, give me a celestial jade. Wang Lin looked into the distance, slapped his bag of holding, took out a celestial jade, and handed it to C2 Nan. C2 Nan accepted the celestial jade and sucked it in. The celestial jade turned to dust. His eyes were filled with celestial spiritual energy as he said, when the first Rosefinch came up with this technique, he said that it had a fatal flaw. However, for the old man, although this flaw is troublesome, it should be dodged. Wang Lin, wait for me here. I'll be right back. With that, his body flashed and disappeared. When C2 Nan appeared and faced off against the son of Rosefinch, all of the ascendant cultivators on Suzaku felt the powerful aura. A white-haired old man appeared in the sky east of Rosefinch. This person was the only early-stage ascendant cultivator in the Heavenly Jade sect, Chu Yunfei. At this moment, his expression was unsettled. After a while, he let out a sigh and muttered to himself, "What a powerful aura!" He slightly shook his head as he looked east. His eyes became cold as he continued to fly. Behind him were a few dozen cultivators. Most of them were at the soul formation stage, and only 3 were at the soul transformation stage. Behind them were more than 100 cultivators at the nascent soul stage. In the sky south of the continent of Rosefinch, an army of more than 100 cultivators was also flying south at an extremely fast speed. The person at the front was a middle-aged man. He was the early-stage ascendant cultivator of the Shattering Earth sect. He looked at Situ Nan's direction and bitterly smiled. "What bad luck! I just had to run into a time of war like this." After the son of Rosefinch returned to Rosefinch, he rested for a bit before leaving once more. This time, his destination was the western side of the continent of Rosefinch. On the eastern side of the continent of Rosefinch, inside the thick, black fog, the 5th ancestor of the Forsaken Immortal clan withdrew his gaze with a gloomy expression. Before him was Elder Sima. With his cultivation level, he naturally couldn't detect the change in Situ Nan's aura. However, when he saw the ugly expression on the 5th ancestor's face, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He was about to test the waters when the 5th ancestor waved his sleeves and coldly said, "Elder Sima, let's begin." Sima's eyes faintly lit up and he laughed. "Good. I came here to deliver this corpse in hopes that it will make your Forsaken Immortal clan's ancestral spirit tree even more lush." With that, he turned around and looked at the 2 corpse deacons behind him. The 2 deacons didn't say a word as they jumped off the coffin and sat down in the lotus position. Their hands formed mysterious seals, and rays of spiritual energy shot out from their hands and landed on the coffin. After a short while, the 2 of them emitted a strange light and shouted at the same time, "Open!" The sound of wood rubbing against each other came from the coffin. The lid of the coffin, which was more than 100 feet wide, slowly moved to the side, revealing a gap. The gap grew larger and larger. Black gas came out from inside the coffin, along with the stench of decay. The Forsaken Immortal clan's 5th ancestor's eyes were calm as he stared at the coffin. However, the 3 8-leaf shamans behind him revealed nervous expressions and were secretly on guard. The 2 corpse deacons shouted again, "Rise!" The lid of the coffin seemed to be pushed open by a giant hand. The coffin fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. At this moment, the black gas became even more dense and came out of the coffin as if it was going to cover the entire coffin. The 5th ancestor coldly said, "This is the corpse you guys were talking about?" Elder Sima let out a mischievous smile and said, "Lord 5th ancestor, please don't blame me. This was an order from above, and this corpse was also decided by the higher-up. I have no right to interfere, but I, Serene, am on Suzaku, so there aren't many soul transformation giant demon clan corpses. This one was transferred from another cultivation planet. The other 4 should have already been delivered to your Forsaken Immortal clan." Chapter 427. The 5th ancestor didn't speak but slightly frowned. At that moment, the 2 corpse deacons' hand seals became faster and faster. In the end, they spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The blood did not fall to the ground in midair. Instead, it turned into 2 bloody people made of bloody mist. They suddenly rushed out, pierced through the coffin in midair, and directly entered. Amidst the sounds of friction, a giant corpse floated out from the coffin. This corpse was more than 100 feet tall and was rotten in many places. White bones could be seen through some parts of its body. Some giant maggots were still crawling around, making it look extremely disgusting. However, the head of this giant corpse was well preserved. There was an obvious purple axe mark between its eyebrows. Just at this moment, a calm voice came from outside the black fog. Forsaken Immortal Clan's fifth ancestor, Old Man, Heavenly Jade Sex Chu Yunfei, will battle you. At the same time that voice appeared, a loud bang that shook the sky and earth came from beyond the black fog. The powerful booming sound brought with it a large amount of impact, and it immediately scattered the black fog in the area. The old man from the Heavenly Jade sect in the ascendant stage stood a few feet away. His eyes were like lightning as he stood in the air. Behind him was a large amount of cultivators. Their gazes were all cold and filled with monstrous, killing intent. The fifth ancestor's eyes became cold as he waved his hand and shouted, "Kill!" With one word, all of the forsaken Immortal Clan members on the ground charged out and a big battle began. Chu Yunfei turned into a ray of light and arrived next to the coffin. He slammed down with his palm and shouted, "Serene, you're all courting death." The fifth ancestor's eyes lit up. He raised his right hand and grabbed the giant corpse before Chu Yunfei could slam down on it. He threw the giant corpse toward the center of the forsaken Immortal Clan. With a loud bang, the giant corpse landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The coffin was immediately shattered by Chu Yunfei's palm. The fifth ancestor quickly said, "Activate the reincarnation tree." The fifth ancestor spoke quickly. Then, his body moved and he charged toward Chu Yunfei. At the same time, he waved his hand and a large amount of black mist immediately enveloped the area, surrounding him and Chu Yunfei. The black fog was filled with flashes of light from magical treasures and celestial spiritual energy. Any cultivator or forsaken Immortal Clan member that was close to the black fog would be affected and die. After the fifth ancestor charged out, one of the forsaken Immortal Clan's 8-leaf cultivators jumped over the members of the forsaken Immortal Clan and landed on top of the giant corpse. He didn't care about the maggots under his feet at all. He waved his hand and a fist-sized, golden light appeared in his hand. At this moment, a mid-stage soul transformation middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He ignored the forsaken Immortal Clan members. He was fighting and charged toward the 8-leaf shaman holding the golden light. He shouted, "Put down the golden light." There was a flash of golden light in his hand, and a flying sword flew toward the shaman. The 8-leaf old man looked up at the middle-aged man who was charging at him. Without any hesitation, he pushed the golden radiance toward the huge corpse's chest. As the golden light flashed, the flying sword pierced through the 8-leaf shaman's chest, causing a large amount of blood to flow out. The 8-leaf shaman's face was pale, but the golden light in his hand landed on the giant demon clan member's chest. Then he began to laugh as he wiped the wound on his chest and licked the blood in his hand. Then he charged out to battle the middle-aged man. The golden light on the giant demon clan member's body became brighter and brighter until it was as bright as the sun. Chu Yunfei, who was fighting the fifth ancestor, frowned. He backed up and shouted, "Destroy the giant demon clan member's body." The surrounding cultivators immediately charged at the giant demon clan member's body. However, the forsaken Immortal Clan members seemed to not care about their lives as they resisted like crazy. Some of them were even willing to self-destruct to stop the cultivators. The golden light became brighter and brighter. At the same time, the giant demon clan member's body began to shrink. At this moment, the body was like the earth and the golden light was like a plant growing on the earth. This process lasted for 10 breaths of time before the giant demon clan member's body turned into a dried-up corpse. Finally, with a bang, it turned into dust and disappeared. Chu Yunfei charged out of the black fog toward the golden light. The fifth ancestor sneered inside the black fog and didn't stop Chu Yunfei. As Chu Yunfei neared, the golden light suddenly shattered, and a reincarnation tree 300 meters tall suddenly rose up from the ground, piercing into the sky. A powerful shockwave spread out from the tree and covered the entire eastern part of Suzaku. Chu Yunfei's expression changed greatly and he quickly retreated. However, he was still affected by the shockwave and blood came out from the corner of his mouth. The fifth ancestor sneered and charged at Chu Yunfei. Chu Yunfei suddenly turned around. His eyes lit up and he didn't continue to fight. Instead, he turned around and shouted, "Retreat!" The cultivators that were fighting the Forsaken Immortal Clan all let out sighs and quickly retreated. The Forsaken Immortal Clan members were about to chase when the fifth ancestor said, "Don't chase. Protect the reincarnation ancestral spirit tree." Serene Elder Sima, who still hadn't attacked, looked at the reincarnation tree with a mysterious light in his eyes and said, "According to the agreement between the two sides, where is the item?" The fifth ancestor pondered a bit before pointing at his brow. With a shake of his hand, a palm-sized tattoo flew out from between his eyebrows. This tattoo was very complex. At first glance, it was a blur. However, it contained a primordial aura that seemed to come from the creation of the world. This tattoo is one of the ancestral tattoos. It was perfected by the old man after he reached the 9-leaf stage. With that, he waved his right hand and the tattoo flew toward Elder Sima. Sima's expression became serious as he slapped his bag of holding and a jade box appeared in his hand. This jade box didn't give off spiritual energy, but celestial spiritual energy. There were also some powerful restrictions on it. He carefully put the tattoo back into the box and let out a sigh of relief. After putting the tattoo back into his bag of holding, he smiled and said, "Lord Fifth Ancestor is indeed straightforward. I hope the other ancestors of the Forsaken Immortal Clan will be the same after receiving the body. Since my Forsaken Immortal Clan has an agreement with you, Serene, we won't go back on our word." The fifth ancestor coldly looked at Sima. Sima laughed. His eyes flashed and he suddenly said, "I'm here on behalf of my sect master, Serene, to pass on a message. I, Serene, have the body of a giant demon clan ancestor that killed several 9-leaf shamans of your Forsaken Immortal Clan. His body has already reached the mid-stage of Ascendant. If you want it, you can contact us at any time." With that, he didn't wait for the other party to reply and quickly left. The 2 corpse deacons immediately followed. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them disappeared into the black fog. The same thing was happening in the north, south, and west. Unfortunately, aside from the tree of rosefinch successfully destroying the reincarnation tree in the west, the ones in the east and south didn't succeed. However, a strange scene appeared in the northern region. Situ Nan's figure was like a ghost as he quietly entered the black fog in the northern part of the rosefinch continent. No one noticed his arrival. Not even the 4th ancestor, who was in charge of this place, noticed anything. At the moment the reincarnation ancestral spirit tree grew, Situ Nan turned into a shadow and entered the tree. He devoured all of the nutrients the tree needed to grow. This caused one of the rare reincarnation ancestral spirit seeds in the Forsaken Immortal Clan to immediately collapse and disappear. This strange scene shocked all of the Forsaken Immortal Clan members in the north. The 4th ancestor was so angry that he didn't hesitate to sacrifice his tattoo to use a secret technique to see Situ Nan. Situ Nan laughed at the 4th forefather and disappeared in a flash. Along with the wind, his arrogant voice could be heard, "Damn, it's disgusting. If I knew it was this disgusting, I wouldn't have eaten it." The 4th ancestor of the Forsaken Immortal Clan was a white-haired old man with bloodshot eyes. He let out a roar and chased after Situ Nan. From his point of view, what Situ Nan devoured wasn't just a reincarnation tree, but an ancestral spirit. The Forsaken Immortal Clan only cultivated 5 ancestral spirits in tens of thousands of years. Once the ancestral spirits grow, they can use a secret technique to summon a spirit body from the void and fuse with the ancestral spirit to become a 10-leaf shaman. Now an ancestral spirit was devoured by someone right under his nose. His anger had gone to his head, and he had reached his limit. The 4th ancestor let out a roar and charged out like crazy. "I'm going to kill you!" Situ Nan's speed was very fast as he laughed. Although the first-generation Rosefinch's method is a bit shameless, I like it. Once I have a body, I'll teach this method to Wang Lin and then we can devour it together. However, with Wang Lin's current cultivation, I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand it. I must kill you. The roar was so violent that it felt like it was tearing its heart out as it chased after Situ Nan. The hatred within this roar was something that couldn't be described with words. Wang Lin had already heard the roar from before. He immediately put away the mosquito beast and didn't wait for Situ Nan. He quickly moved to the side. Situ Nan's divine sense spread out and immediately found Wang Lin. He teleported next to Wang Lin and quickly said, "You're slow, so I'll take you away. There is a mad dog chasing after us. Once this old man has a body and digests the power of the ancestral spirit, I'll definitely cook that little mad dog." With that, he grabbed Wang Lin and quickly left. Situ Nan's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had brought Wang Lin out of the Rosefinch continent and toward the little North Flame land. The fourth ancestor of the forsaken immortal clan seemed to have steeled his heart and chased like crazy. While Situ Nan was escaping, he didn't show any fear. He would occasionally look back and slow down to wait for the fourth ancestor to catch up. Situ Nan laughed and said, "This old man will absorb the ancestral spirit energy of the forsaken, immortal clan. Once it fuses with my body, I'll devour this mad dog baby and reduce the recovery time by more than half. Not only will I benefit myself, but I'll also destroy the forsaken immortal clan. A shaman equivalent to an ascendant shaman will be worthy of the first-generation Rosefinch." Chapter 428. The Little North Flame Land was north of Suzaku, where the country of Shuiyu used to be. Ever since the Suzaku had cultivators, the glaciers here had never melted. The cold wind howled all day and the sky was covered in frost. From a distance, there would be a dark blue fog floating by. Wherever the fog passed, all life would die. This fog was the Ninely Aura. This mysterious force could only appear in places that were extremely hot and cold. Aside from destroying all life, the Ninely Aura also had another use. It was to absorb everything that couldn't be destroyed in a short period of time and slowly refine it. The Little North Flame Land was very large. Back then, the country of Shuiyu was only able to explore 1/3 of the Little North Flame Land before they couldn't go any further. The Ding Garden was on the outskirts, so they couldn't explore the depths of the Little North Flame Land. However, some of the powerful cultivators in Suzaku knew that at the center of the Little North Flame Land, there was a red ice field. The ice there wasn't cold, but fire. This was a very mysterious change. Being able to make fire appear in the form of ice was a spell that people worship. This place was called the Little North Flame Land by the Suzaku cultivators. There were natural restrictions here that had existed since ancient times, and the Ninely Aura was one of them. In addition, there was also the extreme blood flame light. This light was mysterious and had no effect on anything without blood. However, as long as a creature had blood, the light would cause their blood to boil and burn. In less than 10 breaths of time, they would die. In addition to all of these, there was also the strange ice that could absorb divine sense. Divine sense was infinitely weakened here. At this moment, in the depths of the Little North Flame Land, there was a boy covered in red ice and surrounded by the Ninely Aura. The boy was handsome, but at this moment, he looked like he was struggling. Occasionally, he would open his mouth and spit out a stream of black gas. The black gas immediately fused into the Yenbing and then spread out, slightly pushing away the Jili Qi. However, the moment the Ninely Aura spread out, it would immediately surround the ice and slowly refine it. This boy was the Devil Zhong that Serene Suzaku's grand elder son Tai had released to fight the giant demon clan's ancestor. This demonic child was very strange. Back then, the giant demon clan ancestor's body was destroyed by this demonic child's attack, and his origin soul had to escape. In the end, he was chased by this demonic child, and was lucky enough to escape in the little North Flame Land. If it wasn't for the fact that Sun Tai was teleported out of Suzaku by the giant demon clan ancestors' innate ability, the demonic child wouldn't have been trapped here. The devil imp had an extremely powerful background. When talking about the origin of the devil's psychid, it was necessary to talk about serene. The serene sect was a very large sect. It was not something any sect on Suzaku could compare to. In fact, many cultivation planets had serene sects. Serene was like a branch of a behemoth that had taken root on many cultivation planets. They traded bodies and collected all kinds of mysterious things. Very few people knew where the serene headquarters was. This was a secret. The structure of serene was like a tower with many branches. In the Cultivation Alliance, serene was one of the few sects that were recognized. The sects on those cultivation planets couldn't compare to serene. They were the real sects in this cultivation era. Many of the older generation cultivators knew that serene was not to be casually provoked. Rumor had it that the person behind this sect had something to do with the collapse of the celestial realm. However, this was only a rumor, so it was hard to tell if it was true or false. But no matter what, there was no doubt that serene was powerful. On every cultivation planet that had a serene, the serene headquarters would arrange for two people to be in charge. One was the sect master and the other was the head elder. The sect master was in charge of everything, and the head elder was there to monitor everything. In serene, there was a treasure that recorded more than 3,000 different kinds of bodies. Once someone found these bodies, they could exchange them for some heavenly treasures. The devil child was something Sun Tai had obtained from a desolate planet. The demonic child's body was ranked 171 in the corpse treasure mirror. It had a hidden spirit root, so it wasn't fixed. It was a natural possession object, and once it was possessed, it would naturally give birth to the spirit root that matched the possessors. After Sun Tai obtained the demonic child, he was overjoyed. After refining it for more than 1,000 years, he finally refined it. It also had spells, and just its body had the power of a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator. However, this object was very strange. Before it was possessed, it had to be placed in a special formation to be nourished and couldn't leave the formation for too long. Therefore, when Sun Tai went to the celestial realm, he didn't take the demonic child with him. Instead, he left it in Suzaku. It wasn't until he returned that he took out the demonic child and left Suzaku to go to a large branch in serene. He was going to hand over the demonic child there in exchange for a high-rank 8 soul-dividing pill to unlock Zhou Yi's seal. It was at that time that Wang Lin summoned him. That was why the demonic child appeared to kill the giant demon clan ancestor. On this day, outside the little North Flame Land, 3 rays of light, 2 in front and 1 behind, flew through the sky. Of the 2 people in front, one was wearing white and his long hair fluttered in the wind, revealing the figure of a young man. Beside the young man was a middle-aged man with a rough body. He gave off an arrogant aura, and if you looked closely, you would see that his body wasn't real, but illusionary. Behind the 2 of them was a white-haired old man. His expression was ugly as he chased after them. These 3 people were Wang Lin's group. Sidhu Nan turned around to look at the 4th ancestor and loudly said, "Little kid, your speed is too slow. I've waited for you so many times along the way. If you don't hurry up, I'm not going to wait for you anymore." The 4th ancestor was so angry that he wanted to stop. Along the way, he wanted to stop chasing, but every time he did, the middle-aged man would stop and laugh at him. The 4th ancestor also knew that this matter was strange, but he was unwilling to give up. He had a secret technique that he could use once he caught up to the person who destroyed the ancestral spirit tree. However, the prerequisite was that the ancestral spirit tree hadn't been refined yet. It was for this reason that he was willing to continue. The three of them moved very fast. In the blink of an eye, they crossed the little North Flame Land and entered the Extreme Flame Land. Wang Lin immediately saw the demonic child inside the red eyes. Sidhu Nan's eyes lit up and he let out a laugh. He immediately stopped and turned around to look at the fourth ancestor chasing after him. This is the Extreme North Flame Land. Before the old man's body was destroyed, he cultivated here for a long time, so he has a deep understanding of the restrictions here. As Sidhu Nan spoke, his eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. His right hand formed a seal, he spat out a few words, and he pointed at the void. Suddenly, the ground shook, and the entire layer of ice in the little North Flame Land flickered with crystalline light. The crystalline light quickly condensed and flashed out. Sidhu Nan let out a laugh as he grabbed Wang Lin and reappeared 1,000 feet away. He looked at the fourth ancestor. But as soon as the fourth ancestor caught up, a blinding white light appeared in the sky. This white light was extremely bright and contained a strange power. When it landed on the fourth ancestor's body, a red light immediately appeared under the fourth ancestor's skin. Extreme blood flame light. The fourth ancestor sneered. His forsaken immortal clan was originally here in Suzaku, so he had a deep understanding of the extreme North Flame Land. He was able to immediately recognize this white light. He waved his hand and a giant rune appeared before him. He pushed the rune forward, causing the surrounding white light to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, the rune retreated from the fourth ancestor's body. Sidhu Nan let out a sound of surprise. His eyes flashed with coldness as he dashed towards the fourth ancestor with the speed of lightning. The fourth ancestor suddenly raised his head and stared at Sidhu Nan. He waved his hand and the tattoo turned into threads that tried to wrap around Sidhu Nan. Sidhu Nan let out a laugh and didn't dodge. He went through the threads and entered the fourth ancestor's body. The fourth ancestor's body trembled and he shouted, "Get the hell out here!" He slapped his forehead with his right hand, and a 9-leafed plant immediately appeared between his brows. The moment the plant appeared, Sidhu Nan came out of the fourth ancestor's body. He released his aura and shouted, "9-leaf fog!" Immediately, the black mist that was wrapping around the demonic child Yen Bing flew towards Sidhu Nan. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around him and the fourth ancestor, and pulled them towards Yen Bing, who was trapping the demonic child. Everything happened so fast that in the blink of an eye, Sidhu Nan and the fourth ancestor were wrapped up in the mist of the Jiuli tribe. 2 gigantic ice flames surrounded the two of them. At this moment, there were 3 ice flames inside the 9-leaf fog. Sidhu Nan, who was inside the ice flames, revealed a happy expression. His body moved and he escaped from the ice flames. In a flash, he entered the ice flames that trapped the demonic child and entered the demonic child's body. Wang Lin, this 9-leaf fog is a natural restriction and can be used to protect the old man's body. It won't be long before the old man completely recovers his cultivation. When that time comes, I'll go find you. You better be careful of the son of Rosefinch. Don't die before I get out. Sidhu Nan's voice came from the 9-leaf fog. Wang Lin pondered a bit. He looked at the demonic child and asked, "You don't need me to protect you?" "There's no need. This Jiuli fog is the best protection." Sidhu Nan's voice contained a hint of excitement. After tens of thousands of years, he could finally have a body again. Even with his mental fortitude, he was still a bit excited. The foreign cultivators from back then, just you wait. After the old man recovers his cultivation, I'll definitely find you for a good chat. Wang Lin raised his head and looked into the distance. He calmly said, "You still haven't told me what the cultivation planet crystal is." Before the old man became Rosefinch, he thought it was a powerful treasure. However, after the old man became Rosefinch, he realized that this item was too vicious. Chapter 429. Wang Lin frowned. Wait for Situ Nan's reply. The cultivation planet crystal is pure bullsh *t. This thing was obtained by the Cultivation Alliance as a sacrifice to the heavens. Every cultivation country that reaches rank 6 will be given this thing. Hide this thing on your cultivation planet and use a secret technique to activate it. This will create a mysterious force that covers the entire cultivation planet. From the moment it is activated, any life that is born on the planet, whether it is a demonic beast or a mortal, will be born without a piece of soul. This piece of soul will be absorbed by the cultivation planet crystal. This is the ultimate power that the Cultivation Alliance gives to rank 6 cultivation countries. Rank 6 cultivation countries are like emperors because of the cultivation planet crystal. With this item, every generation of rosefinch can kill any cultivator that was born on Suzaku. Unless their cultivation level is above the ascendant stage, then they can extract the piece of soul from the cultivation planet crystal. Otherwise, there is no other way. However, according to the old man's speculation, the cultivation planet crystal is no longer a secret on other cultivation planet. Many cultivators have come up with ways to deal with it, or else there wouldn't be so many rank 6 cultivation countries that have been destroyed by their own people. But overall, the cultivation planet crystal is the ultimate power of a rank 6 cultivation country. Back when I became rosefinch, I found out about this and secretly sealed the cultivation planet crystal. Although the cultivation planet crystal will still absorb a piece of soul, as long as the seal isn't broken, the next generation of rosefinch won't be able to control it. This is why Suzaku is in such a mess right now. Otherwise, Suzaku would be like an iron bucket right now. Haha, every generation of rosefinch after me must hate this to the bone, but I just don't like that broken crystal. Even with Wang Lin's mental fortitude after hearing this, his expression became ugly and his mind trembled. You're saying that if Rosefinch's son controls the cultivation planet crystal, he can kill me with just a thought? Wang Lin said in a solemn voice. The object that is connected to the cultivation planet crystal is called the cultivation planet heart. Only Rosefinch can possess this object. Through this object, one can sacrifice their own lifespan to kill anyone they want to kill. A strand of your fate soul is inside the cultivation planet crystal. If you want to be safe in the future, you must extract your fate soul from the cultivation planet crystal. Situ Nan said. So you're saying that the cultivation planet crystal's ability to evolve G-Realm is fake? Wang Lin frowned. It's hard to say. I didn't have a limiter back then, so I couldn't study it. Let's wait for the old man's body to recover. Wang Lin, you don't have to worry too much. I'm here. After saying that, Situ Nan fell silent and began to possess Wang Lin. Wang Lin stood in place. After a long time, a cold light flashed in his eyes. How can my, Wang Lin's, life be in someone else's hands? No wonder so many cultivation countries rebelled the moment the Forsaken Immortal Clan appeared in Suzaku. No wonder Rosefinch's son wanted to wipe out all rank 5 cultivation countries that have the potential to become rank 6. So this is how it all happened. If Rosefinch's son could still control the cultivation planet crystal, then the Forsaken Immortal Clan situation would not be as bad as it is now. Under the attack of the entire cultivation army in Suzaku, the Forsaken Immortal Clan would be in danger of being wiped out. If Rosefinch's son controlled the cultivation planet crystal, then the Forsaken Immortal Clan situation would not be as bad as it is now. Under the attack of the entire cultivation army in Suzaku, the Forsaken Immortal Clan would be in danger of being wiped out. The cultivation planet crystal. Naduo has no reason to lie to me, but his tone back then indicated that he was guessing and wasn't sure. Wang Lin took a deep breath and disappeared from the little North Flame Land. The most important thing right now is to extract the soul piece from the cultivation planet crystal and then leave Suzaku to find Tian Yunzi. This Suzaku is not a good place to cultivate during the chaos. However, before that, I still need to make some preparations. The 1 billion soul flag's power has decreased, so I need to go to the foreign battleground to collect more wandering souls to see if I can replenish it. If I can, I'll capture a few souls and turn them into primary souls. At that time, the 1 billion soul flag's power should recover. There is also the small bottle of blood he got from the giant demon clan ancestor. His original body is cultivating on the moon. That bottle is very important to him because it can help him use the God of Luck spell. The person who asked for help in Zhao's serene prison was probably the giant demon clan ancestor. I'll go there to see if I can get some more blood. Unfortunately, the amount of spiritual energy my original body needs to reach 4 stars is unimaginable. Aside from spiritual energy, I also need an adult ancient god's spiritual energy, which is not easy to obtain. In the ancient god clan, going from 3 stars to 4 stars is a barrier. According to 2C's memories, once I break through, I should be the same as an ascendant cultivator. The Tuo Sun in the land of the ancient god is also a big problem. If he can leave the land of the ancient god, the first thing he will do is find me. With my current cultivation, even with my original body, I won't be able to resist Tuo Senator even if Situ Nan makes a move, the result will be the same. After all, this Tuo Sun has inherited 2C's power. At his peak, 2C reached 8 stars and could destroy a planet with one palm. Wang Lin frowned. Tuo Sun had always been a thorn in his heart. One of the reasons why he was so eager to leave Suzaku was because of Tuo Sr. I also need to go back to Chu and send Zhou Ru home. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he flew. He turned around and flew toward Chu. Along the way, the sky was covered by a black fog. Inside the black fog were all forsaken, immortal clan members. They followed the black fog and flew toward the continent of Rosefinch. The more Wang Lin saw, the more gloomy his heart became. Although he hated Rosefinch's son, he was still a cultivator. Along the way, he killed countless forsaken immortal clan members, but there were too many of them. He had to give up and quickly flew toward Chu. Most of the cultivation countries below rank 3 had fallen. They were either destroyed or had become vassals of the forsaken immortal clan. All of the forsaken immortal clan members gathered in Suzaku. The second battle against the continent of Rosefinch had begun. As the forsaken immortal clan moved toward the continent of Rosefinch, all of the cultivation countries they met were attacked. A large amount of rank 4 cultivation countries fell. The entire continent of Suzaku was now immersed in the smell of blood. There were fewer and fewer cultivators on Suzaku. The sky was covered in black fog almost the entire day. The forsaken immortal clan's attack, that had been silent for tens of thousands of years, finally began on Suzaku. The country of Rosefinch immediately launched a fierce counterattack against the forsaken immortal clan's second attack. Qian Feng was appointed as the commander of this battle. All of the local cultivators had to listen to him. Large amounts of cultivators were sent to various locations to fight against the forsaken immortal clan. Every rank 5 cultivation country became its own battlefield. The entire continent of Suzaku was on the verge of collapsing. However, the country of Rosefinch didn't have enough power to resist. Under the attack of the forsaken immortal clan, they were forced to retreat. Almost every day, a large amount of cultivators died. At the same time, shocking news began to spread from the mouths of the escaping Suzaku cultivators. All of the sects in the rank 5 cultivation country of Water Inc. had rebelled. All of the rank 5 cultivation country of Peony had rebelled. All of the rank 5 cultivation country of Qin had rebelled. The betrayal of 3 rank 5 cultivation countries was like 3 heavy punches to the country of Suzaku. This caused the country of Suzaku, which was already on the losing side, to immediately collapse. In the end, the country of Rosefinch had to retreat back to the continent of Rosefinch as their last line of defense. However, just at this moment, an even more shocking piece of news spread across Suzaku. This news caused all of the remaining cultivators in Rosefinch to be shaken. This generation's junior apprentice brother, who competed against Rosefinch's son for the title of Rosefinch, Yunzi, had appeared. He suddenly appeared during a battle that Rosefinch's son was participating in. He sneak attacked Rosefinch's son and seriously injured Rosefinch's son. Yunzi's identity was the Forsaken Immortal Clan's second ancestor. Wang Lin heard this news on his way back to Chu. The shock in his heart was indescribable. He had a feeling that Yunzi would come looking for him. However, one person found Wang Lin before Yunzi did. On this day, Wang Lin opened an ancient transfer array. The direction of this transfer array was Chu. The moment he entered the transfer array, Wang Lin's expression changed. He turned around and looked into the distance. A burly man wearing a straw hat slowly walked over. "Brother Wang, it has been many years. Do you still remember me?" The burly man stopped 10 feet from Wang Lin and took off his straw hat. On the eastern side of the continent of Rosefinch, the heavenly jade sex ascendant old monster, Chu Yunfei, had an ugly expression on his face. He had been injured by the ancestral spirit tree, but he had suppressed it by force. When the war with the Forsaken Immortal Clan broke out, he didn't have any time to rest before joining the battle. During the battle 3 days ago, the Forsaken Immortal Clan's 5th ancestor appeared once more. The two of them battled and Chu Yunfei's injuries erupted. He was no match for them and immediately escaped toward the Heavenly Jade sect. He had already decided that before his injuries recovered, he wouldn't help Rosefinch's son. At worst, the old man will just leave Suzaku. With the old man's cultivation, he can become a powerful cultivator on any cultivation planet. Seeing that the Heavenly Jade sect was in sight, Chu Yunfei's expression suddenly changed. He stopped and looked into the distance. Off in the distance, a person walked over. This person wore red clothes and had an ancient face. He gave off an ancient aura, and his body gave off a powerful might. He stopped 60 meters away from Chu Yunfei and looked at him. "Brother Chu, long time no see. You still look the same." Chu Yunfei's eyes narrowed as he looked at this person and said, "Yunzi." The red-robed old man let out a sigh and said, "So Brother Chu still remembers me." "Forget it, Brother Chu. The old man came here today to advise you to leave Suzaku." At this moment, Skylark no longer looked as sloppy as she used to be. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.